10 years ago, in the year 2000, marking the close of the 20th century, the World Bank published a report provocatively entitled, "Can Africa Claim the 21st Century?"
After 50 years of independence, is there much to commemorate and to celebrate, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa? Over what achievements can we rejoice?
There was no confidence that any of the African processes would ever bring relief or meaningful change. I suspect that we would have been in a similar situation in Zimbabwe and Kenya had not timely interventions materialized.
Africa is changed. The world is changed.
The freedom generation of African leadership was effectively undermined during the first decade of Africa's independence.
I'll talk today about the uprising in North Africa, and specifically the lesson learned and the challenges ahead.
To this day, 34 African countries have ratified the Rome Statute.
The Dar discussion unfolded in the context of rapid political change, triggered by a student demonstration.
So it does not matter where you live and where you are as a woman, this struggle is yours.
We Ethiopians, we trace our history to more than 4,500 years.
As we mark this year's Africa Day, amid a fight against a pandemic,
migration in Africa has to be connected to issues of development, of growth, and cooperation dreams of the continent.
We try to go before the successors of on the past, not to leave behind for people in Africa who are not.
And it's an honor for me to be your host tonight. Let me begin extending my well wishes to you on this beautiful Africa Day.
On those on the margins are not trampled upon, but are projected, for the reason of universities can never be manifest if they are not entwined with the struggles to being human, but also to contributing to the best of our country.
I simply want to reflect that the mission of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation is rooted in a vision of African renaissance.
Gloom and despondency have never defeated adversity. Trying times need courage and resilience.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Professor Abdullah Batili as he delivers the 14th Thabo Mbeki Africa Day lecture.
The colonial pattern of relationship remains very much the same. The continent is still in a form of bondage, political dependency, economic dependency, and now even further military dependency. The new scramble of Africa which we see today can be demonstrated through several types of manifestations we can see for our eyes.
Kodkani bantu, pelili into bithetha. Professor Batili, that means the mission we invited you here for has been accomplished.
I am an African. My mind and my knowledge of myself is formed by the victories that are the jewels in our African crown. The victories we earned from Isandlwane to Khartoum, as Ethiopians, as the Ashanti of Ghana, as the Berbers of the desert. I owe my being to the hills and the valleys, the mountains and the glades, the rivers, the deserts, the trees, the flowers, the seas, and the ever-changing seasons that define the face of our native land. A human presence among all of these, a feature on the face of our native land just defined, I know that none dare challenge me when I say I am an African.
The Thabo Mbeki Presidential Center is a living library and museum that aims to educate and inspire all Africans to be agents of the African Renaissance. I should like to emphasize that the center is not about my life and work, but these are used merely as a peg to record, preserve, and tell the history of our continent and its people. It is a tangible reflection of the rich tapestry of our diverse cultures and languages, as well as our resistance against colonialism, against apartheid, ignorance, and underdevelopment.
The Thabo Mbeki Presidential Center will also be a living testament to the power of unity and the transformative potential of women. This desire to be the creators of history rather than the objects of history stems from the realization that African women have long been sidelined in the grand narratives of our continent's past. I've always believed that women hold the key to transformative change throughout history, like Queen Zinga, Jean Martinsis, Brigelia Bam, Lily Diedrichs, Rahima Musa, Florence Matemola, Victoria Mxenge, Gertrude Mongela, Maria Ruth Neto, Winnie Madikizela Mandela, Gertrude Mongela, Wangari Maathai, Albertina Sisulu, and many others have shown us that it's possible to stand up and be counted. This center, with its exhibitions, scholarly resources, and artifacts, will serve as a beacon of hope and inspiration for African women, showcasing their resilience, strength, and wisdom. Through the center, we will contribute to empowering women with knowledge and access to resources that will enable them to take control of their own destinies.
The center is also envisaged as a place for African scholarship and an interactive space for reflection, an accessible center of knowledge, and a theater for vigorous dialogue to promote the values of Pan-Africanism, including realizing the objective that the people shall govern. This center will provide a platform for them to explore the varied and complex history of our continent and to provide context as to why certain decisions were made about their present. By narrating the story of Africa through the work and impact of historical and contemporary leaders, the Thabo Mbeki Presidential Center will be an important catalyst for the future's rebirth. The African Renaissance is a vision which seeks to restore the dignity and sovereignty of the African people. It is a call to us as Africans to take control of our destiny and to work towards the economic, the social, and political development of our continent.
The President is very interested in the storage of knowledge and the recultivating of knowledge as a way of making a new resource, a knowledge system that really helps future generations of South Africans understand who they are, but also future generations of Africans understand the history of their continent and its struggles, and then use this as a resource to think about their future. The powerful technology which can be found in almost any village community in South Africa, East Africa or West Africa, with the ability to cultivate seeds and to be able to create communities where the cultivation, storage, replanting and creating foods from the storage allowed for these incredible civilizations to thrive and flourish. The granary structures of these communities became a deep inspiration, and their research into their form and their geometries across the continent is really the driving source of how the form of this building really operates. These extraordinary structures and their ability to defy the environmental issues, to deal with the harshness of the climate, to deal with termites and all the things that feed off this incredible resource, but to create a simple diagram that creates the sustenance that allows these communities to survive. For Ajaya Associates, an extraordinary parallel to what we could make with architecture for this institution that understands the ability to create chambers for these communities to have a sense of belonging and relationship to their history, but to have in future an architecture that is deeply new, but one which is deeply embedded in not just deep time, but immediate time. The series of granary stores, the knowledge chambers, are placed on top of a plateau, a plinth elevating from the ground. This is inhabited by a network of circulation systems that allows for these chambers to be extraordinary rooms for debate, exhibition, women's workspaces, libraries, and even refreshment and dining and conviviality. We can centralize these buildings as rammed earth brick vaults, full vaults, to really scale up this technology to a new scale that would create an unprecedented model for how these ancient knowledges can be made in the modern world. Once this is a new form of architecture that has been present in the idea of the modern city, but one that has deep roots in the memory of the civilization of the communities of the continent. So, stretching our collective memories, stretching the collective memory of the communities of South Africa to their ancient past, and stretching that into the future as a potential model for making icons of important heritage elements or important spaces of gathering and community.
Israel visiweni ikhanyisa indlela siyahamba naye singena saba
And I believe His Excellency is now making his way into the room. We can stay on our feet. We're going to be seated for a long time, so enjoy the stretch. And make sure you say hello to the person next to you as well as we wait for His Excellency, President Thabo Mbeki, to grace the room so that we can officially kick off the 15th Thabo Mbeki.
The new scramble of Africa which we see today
Please give a greeting to the person to your left and your
can
right.
be demonstrated
your brother
through
and sister of
several types of
Introduce
manifestations.
yourself. Let them know what you're excited about
You can
today.
see for our eyes.
We've got some wonderful deliberations on Pan-Africanism and Africa's Renaissance here in Tanzania this afternoon.
Professor Batili, that means the mission we invited you here for has been accomplished.
As we continue to mingle and network,
10 years
we're
ago,
more and more
in the year
excited
2000,
for His Excellency to enter the room. We'll ask you to stay standing if you are
The World
able.
Bank published a report provocatively entitled, Can Africa Claim 21st Century?
After 50 years of independence, is there much to commemorate and to celebrate,
His Excellency
particularly in sub-Saharan
So
Africa?
let's maintain our energy,
Of what
our beautiful
achievements,
smiles,
over what
our
achievements
welcoming
can we rejoice?
gestures as he comes into the
There was
room.
no confidence that any of the African processes would ever bring
And we
relief
will
or
begin
meaningful change.
with national anthems
I
of the
suspect
United Republic
that
of
we would have been in a
Tanzania
similar
and the
situation in
African
Zimbabwe
Union
and
in
Kenya
just a moment.
had not timely interventions
Please remain standing. And a reminder,
Change.
warm round of applause
The world is changed.
as His Excellency.
The freedom
comes
generation
into
of
the
African
room.
leadership was effectively
And here
undermined
he is, ladies and
in the
gentlemen,
first
a round
decade
of applause
Africa's independence.
I'll
to
talk today about the
welcome
uprising
our chief guest,
in North Africa.
His Excellency
specifically,
President Thabo
the lesson
Mbeki,
learned
past
and
President
the
of the
challenges
Republic of South
ahead.
Africa,
To this day,
accompanied by
34 African
his host,
countries
the Minister of
have
Foreign
ratified
Affairs from the United
the Rome
Republic
Statute.
of Tanzania,
The dark
and other
discussion unfolded
dignitaries
in the
from across
context
the
of rapid
continent.
political change.
Thank you very much. I will ask you to remain standing now for the national anthem of the United Republic of Tanzania. The anthem of the African Union. Please be seated. Your Excellency President Thabo Mbeki, former President of the Republic of South Africa and patron of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. Honorable Mahmoud Thabit Kombo, Minister of Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation of the United Republic of Tanzania. His Excellency Joseph Sinde Warioba, former Prime Minister of the United Republic of Tanzania. Ministers present from the United Republic of Tanzania and the Republic of South Africa. Ambassador Amin Pungwe, Advisory Council Member of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. Professor Pulang Lenkabula, Principal and Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa. Mzee Joseph Butiku, Chairperson of Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation. Mr. Max Bokwana, Chief Executive Officer of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. Our esteemed panelists today, and Minister Professor Palamagamba Kabudi, Mr. Generali Ulimwengu, Professor Isa Shivji, speakers, representatives from academia in the room, members of the diplomatic corps, representatives from private sector across the continent, the media, ladies and gentlemen in the room and online on our live stream. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I promise I'll only do that once. A very good afternoon to you all. My name is Miranda, daughter of Tanzania, and it is my distinct honor and privilege to serve as your program director for this historic occasion, the 15th Thabo Mbeki Africa Day Lecture, held for the very first time in East Africa, right here in the vibrant city and my home of Dar es Salaam. A round of applause, please. This is a historic moment. Your Excellency, we gather here in Dar es Salaam, a city whose very name means haven of peace, a fitting backdrop for our reflections on Africa's past, present, and future. And since its inception in 2010, this annual lecture that you've been hosting has been a flagship collaboration between the Thabo Mbeki Foundation and the University of South Africa. This is a partnership that has been grounded in a shared commitment to critical thought, African renewal, and transformative leadership. This year's lecture is a true collaboration of Pan-African collaboration. What makes it special is it's co-hosted by the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, University of South Africa, but also the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation and the government of the United Republic of Tanzania. We're also grateful, and I must mention today, to have the support of event partners who have made this event possible. So I'd like to mention them one by one. AngloGold Ashanti, Airlink, who was the official carrier partner, Channel Africa, Power FM, SABC, Uongozi Institute, and the University of Dar es Salaam. Can we put our hands together for our event partners, please? We thank them for their commitment to the African Renaissance and for investing in platforms that continue to amplify voices and the visions of Africa. Asanteni sana. We just heard the African Union anthem a moment ago, and it reminded us that liberation is not an event of the past, but it's a living responsibility that is in all of our hands. I personally felt a call to rise, to defend the liberty and the unity that we have inherited from our forefathers. It's also a reminder that we are all sons and daughters of Africa. Flesh of the sun, flesh of the sky are the lyrics. We are entrusted with this sacred task of making Africa the tree of life, a symbol of growth, resilience, and shared destiny. And with that, let's begin our important program today by welcoming a distinguished Tanzanian statesman whose diplomatic service has left a lasting imprint on Africa's journey. He holds the honor of being Tanzania's inaugural High Commissioner to post-apartheid South Africa, serving from 1994 to 1999, a critical period that coincided with President Thabo Mbeki's tenure as Deputy President under the late Nelson Mandela. Ambassador Mpungwe's leadership during this transformative era helped forge a new chapter in the relationship between Tanzania and South Africa, deepening the bonds of solidarity born from the liberation struggle. A true son of Africa, a champion of diplomacy, and a steadfast advocate for Pan-African unity, who currently serves as Advisory Council member of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. Please put your hands together for Ambassador Ami Mpungwe.
Thank you, Miranda, for that introduction, which I don't think that I deserve, but thank you very much. Your Excellency, President Thabo Mbeki, former President of South Africa and patron of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, Honorable Mahmoud Thabit Kombo, Minister of Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation of the United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Ministers, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Excellencies, distinguished guests, sisters and brothers from across the continent and the diaspora, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, allow me first to warmly welcome you all to this 15th Thabo Mbeki Africa Day lecture, co-hosted by the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, the University of South Africa, the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation, and the government of the United Republic of Tanzania. This significant gathering represents not only a declaration of hope for the peoples of Africa, but also serves as a testament to our collective determination to reignite and accelerate the African Renaissance, a vision which lies at the very core of the Foundation's mission. The Thabo Mbeki Foundation was established in 2010 as a public benefit organization following President Thabo Mbeki's retirement as the President of the Republic of South Africa. And since its inception, the Foundation has dedicated itself to addressing the multiple and complex challenges of transformation and development across our continent. Guided by President Mbeki's enduring legacy and profound commitment to Africa's renewal, our fundamental aim is to support progressive change, foster dialogue and action, and cultivate a new cadre of African thought leaders committed to Africa's political, cultural, academic, and technological revival. Through our interconnected flagship programs, the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, the South African Democracy Education Trust, our efforts in peacemaking and economic development, and the soon-to-be opened Thabo Mbeki Presidential Center will leverage our credibility, extensive networks, deep understanding of Africa's challenges, and convening power to catalyze Africa's renaissance. Each of these programs is strategically designed to create knowledge, build capacity, and empower leaders across sectors, driving meaningful and sustainable change throughout the continent. At the core of our vision is the Thabo Mbeki Presidential Center, set to open its doors in Johannesburg by 2028. This state-of-the-art facility, envisioned by Mrs. Zanele Mbeki and located within the dynamic African Renaissance precinct of Killarney in Johannesburg, will serve as multidisciplinary hub encompassing archives, a museum, research and educational facilities, cultural spaces, and centers dedicated to women-led development and public engagement. Drawing inspiration from the architectural metaphor of the African Gunnery, symbolizing nourishment and renewal, the center aims to become a global pilgrimage destination where visitors from Africa and beyond can deeply engage with our continent's past, understand our present realities, and collaboratively envision our shared future. Additionally, our flagship events such as the International Women's Day Lecture, this Africa Day Lecture series, the annual African Peace and Security Dialogue, and the Cape Town Conversation further underscore the Foundation's holistic approach to continental renewal. By convening diverse stakeholders, celebrating African achievements, facilitating robust dialogue, and recognizing outstanding contributions, these events aim to strengthen African unity, foster great global collaboration, and accelerate progress towards our common goals. Today, as we convene in this historic city of Dar es Salaam, a symbol of Pan-African solidarity and resilience, we reaffirm our commitment to addressing the enduring challenges that confront our continent: poverty, underdevelopment, political instability, conflict, social inequalities, and economic exclusion. In this pursuit, the Thabo Mbeki Foundation recognizes that realization of a prosperous, peaceful, and united Africa will depend fundamentally on collaboration, meaningful partnerships, and concrete actions across all sectors of our societies. The mission which brings us here today is a continuation of the efforts initiated decades ago by visionary African leaders who declared Africa's right to self-determination and prosperity. It is a mission underscored by the powerful assertion of African urgency, unity, and renaissance, articulated most compellingly by President Thabo Mbeki himself, who emphasized our shared duty to create a new, prosperous, and equitable Africa. We recognize and appreciate the progress already made by our continent. Yet, we must remain steadfast in the face of the significant tasks ahead of us. In Africa, if Africa continues along its current trajectory without decisive intervention and the compounded threats of poverty, environmental degradation, inadequate health care, and persistent conflicts over resources, will severely undermine our aspirations for peace, stability, and sustainable prosperity. It is precisely this urgency that brings us together today to forge a collective agenda for inclusive growth and development and renewal. The Thabo Mbeki Foundation believes firmly in the power of collaboration and joint responsibility. Accordingly, we intend to work actively with governments, businesses, civil society organizations, academic institutions, young leaders, and international partners to identify continental priorities, scope meaningful initiatives, raise awareness, build capacity through education, and implement transformative actions that directly supports Africa's Renaissance. Specifically, in the coming months, the Thabo Mbeki Foundation will embark on a pioneering initiative, the establishment of African Renaissance clubs. These clubs will serve as vital grassroots platforms to mobilize intellectual, cultural, and political energies across our continent and the diaspora, starting with pilot initiatives in West Africa and concurrently here in Dar es Salaam. These clubs will engage local communities, especially our youth, encouraging them to be active agents in driving forward the Renaissance agenda through dialogue, education, advocacy, and community-based actions. We envision these African Renaissance clubs as fertile spaces for nurturing thinkers and doers who will champion Africa's renewal from within their communities, building a strong, interconnected continental movement. Through these clubs, we hope to foster deeper intra-African collaboration, encourage solidarity with the diaspora, and generate innovative solutions that will sustainably address Africa's development challenges. Moreover, our gathering here today must also serve as a catalyst for greater coherence and synergy across multilateral, regional, and national efforts dedicated to Africa's renewal. As we deliberate and share ideas over the coming days, let us commit ourselves to strengthening existing institutions, urging organizational transformation, and promoting transparency and accountability within all spheres of leadership and governance. Excellencies, distinguished guests, the truth remains that our continent is rich, not merely in natural resources, but in human potential, cultural heritage, and intellectual capacity. Africa possesses the policies, plans, resources, talent, and creativity required to eradicate poverty, end conflict, and secure sustainable development. Dar es Salaam is not only the city of peace in name, as Miranda had pointed out. It is a city that sheltered anti-colonial movements, hosted the frontline states, and believed long before it was fashionable that Africa's destiny must be decided by the Africans themselves. As we gather under the benevolent gaze of the late Mwalimu Julius Nyerere and the living witness of President Thabo Mbeki, we are reminded that history is made by those who choose bold, collective action over quiet resignation. Excellencies, distinguished guests, we meet at a moment when conflicts in Sudan and the Horn of Africa, the Sahel, and the Great Lakes region demand African-led solutions. Continental free trade is no longer a dream, but a legal reality, testing our logistical and political resolve, and the technologies of the 21st century, including artificial intelligence, offers Africa the chance to leapfrog or to be left further behind. The Thabo Mbeki Foundation will measure its own success by how well it inspires and empowers others to achieve these milestones. We therefore invite each of you to walk this road with us, to lend your expertise, your networks, your resources, and above all, your belief that African Renaissance is not a slogan, but an attainable reality. Let us begin here in Dar es Salaam as we prepare to extend the movement through African Renaissance clubs across the continent. Together, let us reaffirm to the peoples of Africa that their hopes and aspirations are well-founded and achievable. We simply cannot afford to fail. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Mpungwe, for that powerful message, a call to action that was bold, and that African Renaissance clubs are going to be set up from Dar es Salaam to the diaspora across the world. I think it's also fitting that we put our hands together as well to Ambassador Mpungwe for bringing the 15th lecture to Dar es Salaam for the first time in East Africa. We thank you for your service there. Before we proceed with our program, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of some other special guests. I would like to start by mentioning the Minister of Trade and Industry from Malawi, if you could stand so that we can welcome you to Tanzania. Vitumbi Komumba, welcome to Dar es Salaam. And Your Excellency, we have two members, I guess they migrated from South Africa many years ago in the 1800s. We have Inkosi Yamakosi, meaning Chief of Chiefs, Zulugama from Songea in southern Tanzania. He's from the Wangoni tribe, migrated from South Africa in the 1800s, one of your people, and now one of our people, but also joined by Inkosi Mgedela Gama, also from Songea. Karibuni sana, and thank you for being here. Now, it's my absolute pleasure to introduce Professor Puleng Lenkabula as we continue with our program. She is a trailblazer in African scholarship, an academic leader, visionary at the helm of the University of South Africa, and long-standing partner of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation's lecture series. She also happens to be the first woman who has held this prestigious role, a powerful symbol of progress, and exactly the kind of leadership that we celebrate on a day like today. Please join me in welcoming the Principal and Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa, Professor Puleng Lenkabula. Welcome to the podium, Madam.
His Excellency Joseph Sinde Warioba, the former Prime Minister of the United Republic of Tanzania, Program Director, Ms. Miranda Naim, thank you very much for inviting me to the podium. Let me recognize His Excellency President Mbeki, the Chancellor of the University of South Africa, and the former President of the Republic of South Africa. Honorable Mahmoud Chabit Kombo, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation, and other high-level representatives from the Tanzanian government. Let me also acknowledge the Minister of Trade and Industry from Malawi that have just been acknowledged. Honorable Deputy Secretary General of the African National Congress, one of the long-standing liberation movements in the continent and a strong friend of Tanzania, Ms. Nomvula Mukonyane, and the former Premier of Gauteng Province. Dr. D. Musia, the Chairperson of the Council of the University of South Africa, and other members of Council present here this afternoon. Ambassador Amy Mpungwe, Advisory Council and member of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, thank you for your words just now. Mr. Max Botwana, the CEO of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, and fellow colleagues from the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. Mr. Mzi Joseph Butiki, Chairman of the Board of the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation, and all members of the foundations that are in solidarity and support of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, members of the University Executive and Extended Management present here from UNISA and all universities that are in attendance this afternoon, members of the Diplomatic Corps and other representatives from international organizations, representatives from the African Court on Human and People's Rights, the African Court, our panelists, Professor Palamangaba Kabudi, Mr. Generali Ulimungwe, and Professor Issa Shivji. Professor Issa Shivji is a mentor to many of us in the continent, and I'm appreciative that we will also draw on your lessons. Representatives from various academic institutions present here, national student representative councils from South Africa and Tanzania representing different universities, and I understand the SRC president of the University of South Africa, Mr. Mabilane, is also here. Other representatives from national, provincial, local government, legal representatives, business community, civil society, research institutes, institutions of higher learning, various organizations and foundations who have honored our invitation here this afternoon. Representatives from various media houses present here, those joining virtually, members of university communities, staff, students, including our alumni here in Tanzania, present local secondary schools represented in the audience. Can I please request that we give Zanaki Girls Secondary School a round of applause. They're here to learn from their forebears. Jangwani Girls Secondary School. I'm not hearing you, colleagues. Can we give them an applause? Azania Boys Secondary School. Tambaza Secondary School. Temeke Secondary School. Uhuru Mchanganiko Secondary School, and Aga Khan Secondary School. I'm very appreciative that you young people are here to draw from the world's, the intellectual brain trust of our leaders who are here with us. Our esteemed guests present here today and those that are joining virtually, distinguished members of the audience, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Mchana mwema. I am now about to start my address. I would not have left those people, especially in the presence of the master diplomat, His Excellency President Mbeki. So if we took long, please forgive us. Thank you, Program Director, for the opportunity to make these few welcoming remarks at this important 15th Thabo Mbeki Africa Day lecture here in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam, a home away from home, a home at home, and a home for peace, as you would have stated. In the past 15 years, the Thabo Mbeki Foundation and the University of South Africa have partnered to create and deliver a platform, the annual Thabo Mbeki Africa Day lecture, as a significant African space to reflect on the state and the future of Africa for Africa by Africans. Over the years, the space, the Africa Day lecture, has grown to become one of the important premium events for intellectual and cultural exchange, not only for both institutions, but for the continent and the rest of the world. We do all this in pursuit of the historical mission to unite Africa and her people so that we can achieve and sustain development, peace, and prosperity in our continent. In this year's installation, I'm particularly elated that we are hosting it here in Tanzania, a place that holds significant memory, culture, and history for both South Africa, adjacent countries, the continent, the African diaspora, and the rest of the global South. Once more, on behalf of the people of South Africa, the students, we wish to thank the people of Tanzania for their support and for being at the center of supporting the anti-apartheid efforts and movements that were waged to claiming dignity and success of our country. The selfless contribution and sacrifices for the freedom that we enjoy today in South Africa will always be also associated with the solidarity that you granted our forebears as you did during that time. Throughout the week, we have had various events aimed at engaging various communities of different themes and areas of work in line with the theme of this lecture, the state of the continent, reigniting the African Renaissance. I wish to acknowledge and thank in particular our great partners, the co-host here in Tanzania, for a successful roundtable on the blue economy, an academic seminar at Dar, and most importantly, the trip to Morogoro, Mazimbu, and the Solomon Mahlangu Freedom College, where we embarked on a journey of memory and thanksgiving for the fallen heroes and heroines of our common struggle of freedom as the African people. Thank you, President Mbeki and Mzee Warioba, for leading us in this important journey of remembering. For too long, Africa's iconic histories of liberation, emancipation, and the search for dignity have been erased. And this journey is reigniting our memorialization of these aspects. The University of South Africa is committed to its vision of being an African university shaping futures in the service of humanity. Through this commitment, and as the oldest open university in the world, we have evolved over the past 150 years to be the university that engages on real issues facing our continent by building strategic partnerships with many universities in the continent as part of the larger goal of bringing about peace and development through science and research and the facilitation of access to higher education and across the continent. As you will see at the end of the official program, UNISA, the University of Dar es Salaam, the Open University Tanzania will sign memorandums of understanding with the fundamental aim of advancing Africa's agenda on teaching, learning, research, engaged scholarship. Indeed, such collaborations are very crucial for the success of the Pan-African community and the unity, renewal of our continent. On behalf of the entire UNISA community, I wish to express our dispersed gratitude for the willingness and cooperation from our sister universities here in Tanzania. The partnership between UNISA and the Thabo Mbeki Foundation is born out of the need to honor and preserve the legacies of iconic African leaders, and in particular, the preservation of the African archive in the lives and in the imagination of future generations. And we believe that the new Julius Nyerere Foundation is also walking on the same path of honoring and preserving the African archive and its historical, intellectual, and cultural traditions. We believe that in turn, these kinds of initiatives will make a significant contribution in resetting and resourcing Africa's intellectual futures. I also want to thank Mzee Joseph Sinde Warioba, former Prime Minister of Tanzania and an esteemed elder of Africa, for having accepted at the invitation of President Mbeki to talk to us and the wider African populace and audience about the critically important topic of the state of the continent, reigniting the African Renaissance. Thank you very much, Mzee. We look forward to your talk and insights. Speaking at the launch of the Organization of African Unity in 1963, when many of you might not have been born, some of us might have been born, the late Emperor Haile Selassie said the following things about the state of Africa when the first major steps to unite Africans were then taken. I'd like to quote. He says, Africa is today at the mid-course in transition from Africa of yesterday to the Africa of tomorrow. Even as we stand here, we move from the past into the future. The task on which we have embarked, the making of Africa, will not wait. We must act to shape and mold the future and leave our imprint on events as they slip past into history. We seek at this meeting to determine whether we are going and to chart the course of our destiny. It is no less important that we know whence we came, and our awareness of our past is essential to the establishment of our personality and our identity as Africans. This world was not created piecemeal. Africa was born no later and no earlier than any other geographical area on this globe. Africans, no more and no less than other men and women, possess all human attributes, talents and deficiencies, virtues and faults. Thousands of years ago, civilizations flourished in Africa, which suffers not at all by comparison with those of other continents. In those centuries, Africans were politically free and economically independent. Their social patterns were their own and their cultures were truly indigenous. 62 years later, we can see that we have achieved the goals of defeating official colonialism, and we have established the Organization of African Unity, now the African Union, as an organization to achieve the strategic goals of uniting Africans and African renewal and prosperity for all. We also know that with the reformed African Union, we have better continental institutions and a common agenda, Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. This also includes major initiatives such as the Presidential Infrastructure Champion Initiative, the African Union Passport and African Continental Free Trade Area, African peer review mechanisms, all of which require African governments to implement faster and efficiently. In many ways, these institutions indicate that we have made some strides at a foundational level to set Africa on a course to achieve unity and peace and prosperity. However, as you know, there are many challenges that remain and to which we here in this room, in the different countries of the continent, must put our hands on deck, but also our intellectual insights to overcoming. As we will recall, since the formation of the OAU, we have experienced some few occasions where Africans were getting divided rather than being united. For example, we have seen the divisions between Eritrea and Ethiopia in 1993, Sudan and South Sudan in 2011, and some ongoing and emerging cessationist movements and territorial disputes in Morocco, Western Sahara, Somalia, Somaliland, and lately, some people in Western Cape province of South Africa think that Western Cape must be an independent country. I must hasten to add that in this equation too, We've also seen neo-colonial foreign interventions in the affairs of the continent by some of the powerful countries of the North, including through violence. If we were to think about the 2011 invasion of Libya and the destabilization of the Horn of Africa being a case in point, and recently, just 2 days ago, South Africa being questioned on its decisions and propositions. We need to unite. We need to overcome the things that divide us as a people. The political processes and institutions of Africa cannot be understood or articulated outside the structures of the political economy. One of the leading African intellectuals, Professor Adibayo Olokoshi, engenders this analytical approach when in his latest article where he discusses the underlying causes of social discontent in Africa, he says, effectively, the problems of poverty and inequality that have been structural to Africa's development, experienced for decades, simply got worse under the watch of elected governments and began to produce disaffection that in a lot of cases have produced discontent. In this article, he reminds us that the majority of our young people, the youthful dividend, are yearning and requesting that we produce democracies that relate and that create economic emancipation as they create social cohesion. And these are quite important areas that we're hoping the reflections this afternoon will engender. In these circumstances, once again, it is Haile Selassie's message 62 years later that we must return to when he says, Africa is today at the mid-course in transition from Africa of yesterday to the Africa of tomorrow. Even as we stand here, we move from the past into the future. Thousands of years ago, civilizations flourished in Africa, which suffers not at all by comparison with those of other continents. In those centuries, Africans were politically free and economically independent. Perhaps this is the course and the pursuit that we should follow. In its second continental report on the implementation of Agenda 2063, the African Union says the following about the state of the continent. Africa embarked on the implementation of its first 10-year implementation plan by domesticating Agenda 2063 in and implementing it through the national and regional strategies, achieving an aggregate score of 51% against the 2021 targets. Overall, the continent performed quite strongly and better than it did in 2019 at aspirational level. Africa recorded positive upward trend in respect of all 7 aspirations vis-à-vis the 2021 targets. The continent made significant progress in the attainment of Aspiration 2, an integrated continent politically united and based on the ideal of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's Renaissance. The strong performance of 84% was realized mainly through progress in the signature and ratification of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which came into effect on 1 January 2021. The report goes on to say, the challenges notwithstanding, Africa performed quite strongly and evidently better than it did in 2019. At aspirational level and with the ongoing, there's hope. I know that the skeptics amongst us may question as to whether the report is speaking to the reality we see, we feel, we experience in every day in our beautiful continent. I believe that this is a fair skepticism and hope that a forum such as the Africa Day Lecture can provide us with opportunity to interrogate every information, report, reality about the state of African continent today, but more importantly, the will to find common solutions and succeed as the continent. Whatever the conclusions we reach, it is clear that we need to do more to strengthen the AU, to press ahead with the unity process, to ensure that Agenda 2063 succeeds, and in this regard, we need more speed and commitment. In that way, I think we will be getting closer to the ultimate goal of the African Renaissance of Africa. It would be wrong for me to finish my remarks without acknowledging the strides that we are making to emancipate African women in our continent in terms of political, economic, social, and cultural freedoms. We are quite appreciative here in Tanzania for the leadership of women, but also in partnership with men. Although we still have a long way to go, it is pleasing, however, that we now have a women president in Tanzania, in Namibia today, following on the footsteps of President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, the former president of Libya. We are grateful that with the blessing of President Samia Suluhu Hassan, we could host this lecture here in Tanzania. Thank you, Madam President. In closing, no matter our perceptions and understanding of our realities about the progress or lack thereof about the state of Africa, I hope all of us, especially the youth and young adults, can reclaim our futures inspired by the words of Professor Angela Davis when she delivered the 17th annual Steve Biko Memorial Lecture at UNISA in Pretoria, South Africa. She says, "We are thankful for the legacies of our past, but we do not receive them without questioning. Questioning cannot end, even when victories are won. Even though there are never guarantees that we will reach the futures we dream, we cannot stop dreaming. We cannot stop struggling. There will always be vibrant legacies. There will always be unfulfilled promises. There will always be unfinished activism." Once more, I wish to thank President Mbeki for his leadership and foresight, for holding in solidarity, and as a teacher, Mzee Mbeki, who ensures that not only the leaders of Africa, but of universities, of institutions, of high schools, are committed to the rebuilding of Africa. I think, President Mbeki, you should be proud of constantly questioning and reminding us of the questions that we should be asking if Africa were to be united, if Africa were to extricate itself from poverty, inequality, and sometimes the decisions that marginalize Africa's futures and that delves us into problematics. As a university, especially the University of South Africa, we're quite proud to be associated with your legacy, with your journey, and we thank you for making your life, your work, your leadership and contribution to the continent of Africa to be a learning trajectory for many young, old, established, early career scholars, for the young people who come from high schools. With these words, I wish to welcome you all to the 15th annual Thabo Mbeki Africa Day Lecture, and I hope we can all enjoy the ceremony, the insights that it will spawn, so that we can strengthen the ties that bind us. We're truly proud of this initiative. Welcome to the lecture.
I think we can do better than that for Professor Puleng Lenkabula. Powerful remarks there, filled with deep conviction and reminding us that the future of the continent is in the hands of our youth. The demographic dividend that we have, we will discuss later on our panel. I think what we've really taken away from your remarks is the importance of the African Renaissance. It must be anchored in inclusivity, it must be transformative in nature, focus on education, and it requires bold leadership like yours and like President Mbeki, as you have shared. Thank you for your inspiring words. So we move forward, and I would now like to take this moment to welcome to the podium another custodian of our history and a steward of Mwalimu Nyerere's legacy. As chairperson of the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation, he carries forward the vision of the father of our nation, a visionary who gifted us Ujamaa, which is the philosophy of collective well-being, rooted in dignity, equality, and shared responsibility. A vision that echoes across the continent in the spirit of Ubuntu, that I am because we are. Please put your hands together for Mzee Joseph Butiku, the chairperson of Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation. Karibu sana mzee wetu.
Thank you, moderator. Your Excellency Thabo Mbeki, former President of the Republic of South Africa. We had agreed that I was not going to say anything because my president is here. I am sure with a speech. So I did not prepare any speech at all. But I want to take this opportunity, Mr. President, and of course, I'm Minister for Foreign Affairs, to say the following, that the Board of Trustees of the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation feels honored and happy to have allowed me to say thank you to you, Mr. President, with all your delegation, for agreeing to come here to Tanzania and to involve the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation in this function by requesting us to host it together with your foundation. It has been such a pleasure and such a privilege to have been with you for the past 4 days and having participated in all the functions that we've been doing. But for those of you who don't know, the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation very much, especially visitors, Mwalimu took the foundation to South Africa when Madiba was still president. It was at the invitation of the Anglo-American company. We were there to introduce the foundation, and Mwalimu, when he was there, he said a few things about the foundation. First, it's objective. 3 words. 3 words. Peace, unity, people-centered development in the world, but particularly in Africa. That is what he wanted this foundation to do. And that's what it has tried to do in the past 27 years of its existence, in a very, very modest way. Several things they've done, but I don't have to read them here. But a short story. In 1996, when we were trying to persuade Mwalimu to, no, not 96, 1986, tried to persuade Mwalimu to join us in celebrating his 75th birthday. He said, "Why do you want to concentrate on me? Why don't you use the occasion to think about Africa and Africa's problems?" And he gave an example of some of those problems. He said, for example, why don't you look at the problem of the Banyamulenge? Banyamulenge. And he said when he was in South Africa, he was talking to the leaders there. I don't know whether he talked to President Mbeki, saying Banyamulenge is like the Botswana. In location, they are here and they are there. Banyamulenge, like they are there, the Manyema. Manyemas are here and they are there. So are you proposing that I should hand over the Manyemas in Tanzania to Mobutu? He was referring to ethnic problems in our region. And he was saying there's a major problem, and it was linked with the borders that were created by colonialism. Ethnic groups were there, but if the Masukuma are here, Wangoni are there, Wazurus are here, they are not a problem. They are there. They are put by God. But when you create something like borders, artificial borders like they were created by the colonialists, then you create a problem. And if they are not properly handled, then they create a huge problem. So borders have created problems for us in Africa, not our groups. In Tanzania we have 126 tribes. 126 tribes. We have small borders for chieftains, but Mwalimu handled them well, so here we are with a nation peaceful, very united. Mr. President, I must say as a last word that I have taken your instructions. I'll tell these people what you instructed me to do. One, that the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation and the Mbeki Foundation must, from today, when the day you arrived, you're talking to me, must work together. And I said on behalf of the board, I take your orders, I accept it. And then he said, but we have produced documents and books and so on who have written. They are scattered all over. I think there are those, Mwalimu, those about himself, President Mbeki, and other leaders. We must, at least here for Tanzania, make sure that the foundation collects all these documents and give some of that to my foundation so that we can collect all these for the record. I said, Your Excellency, I agree, I'm going to do so, and I'm sure the board has already agreed. The last one, not just working together. We must, the two foundations, go together wherever Mbeki Foundation goes, the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation must go. So we have two foundations now. One is the Mbeki Foundation, and the other one is the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation. And the link is obvious. I don't need to tell you, Tanzanians. You know the relationships that Mwalimu had. You know what Mwalimu did together with South Africans, together leaders like Oliver Tambo, who were here for a long time, frontline states, and later with President Mbeki. My last story, because I'm not prepared, it has just been up and down. The President may not remember that when he was Deputy President in office, I think it must have been Joburg, I'm not quite sure. Mwalimu visited him in his office. They had a very brief discussion. And then when Mwalimu was preparing to leave, President Mbeki, at that time Deputy President, I think, he said, Mwalimu, I have some job here which I want you to help me. It's about Africa's renaissance. Mwalimu said, oh, when you are ready, I'll be ready. So President Mbeki was ready several years ago. He's ready for Tanzania and for Africa today here. And he's ready to invite the foundation. I'm so happy that you are here to pursue this important function in this Africa Day. So I say, Karibu sana, Mr. President, I'm happy. I'm very happy to help you. And I want to assure you the board is with you and is going to work with his top CEO to organize all that you have instructed me to do together with the foundation. Asante sana, karibuni sana.
Let's please put our hands together for Chairman Butiku from Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation. He was not prepared, but he spoke so eloquently, sharing stories of Mwalimu Nyerere that I believe will enrich us all. Thank you very much. We can see that the partnership is cementing further, Your Excellency, between the two foundations, and we're excited to see what the future holds for you both. It's now my esteemed honor to introduce Tanzania's Minister of Foreign Affairs. He has been a distinguished statesman, continues to be, who has dedicated his career to advancing Tanzania's voice on the regional and global stage. As Minister of Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation, he has been instrumental in strengthening Tanzania's relationships across the continent, fostering unity, driving regional integration, and championing the spirit of Pan-African cooperation. As the Minister, he also stands here today as the co-host of this lecture, held in Dar es Salaam for the very first time as a partner to Thabo Mbeki Africa Day Lecture. I humbly request, Honourable Minister, that when you complete your remarks, you can kindly do us the honour of welcoming our chief guest, His Excellency Thabo Mbeki. And with that, let us put our hands together, please, for the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs, East Africa Cooperation from the United Republic of Tanzania, Honourable Mahmoud Thabit Kombo.
Your Excellency President Thabo Mbeki, former President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Professor Palamagamba Aidan Mwaluko Kabudi, Minister for Information, Culture, Arts and Sports of the United Republic of Tanzania, my dear colleague, brother, Minister for Trade and Industries, Republic of Malawi. We had a very good discussion on reopening our borders, another challenge for leadership, another challenge for Thabo Mbeki Foundation and Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation. Thank you very much, my brother. We are in very good communication. We are true Africans. We have proven that we are one, united, not in theory only, which has been talked about, but practically as well. So thank you very much for coming to join us here. Your Excellencies, Mzee Butiku, our chairperson for the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation, I fully recognize you because you are the wazee existing now. Mr. Max Bokwana, Chief Executive Officer of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, Professor UNISA, all foundation team members of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, Ongozo Institute, Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation, ambassadors and high commissioners present here today around, our very panelist elders. I see Generali Ulimwengu there. Nice to see you after such a long time. Since I was a minister, I've never seen you. I used to see you more in the past, but so nice to see you, Professor Issa Shivji, and others. I recognize you all. Excellency, diplomatic corps members who are representing different countries in Africa and outside Africa, academic community members, the private sector around this room, ndugu zangu wanafunzi, Mlokweko hapa, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, secondary schools, members of the press, and all protocol observed. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Nawasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Nawasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Asanteni sana. On behalf of the government and people of the United Republic of Tanzania, and on behalf of our president and our leader, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the president herself, it is a great pleasure that I welcome you all to Dar es Salaam, the haven of peace. I bring to you, Your Excellency Thabo Mbeki, warm fraternal greetings and well wishes from Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania. She is sending her heartfelt regards to you, Your Excellency Mbeki, and to your entire delegation. And just for your information, she was following your speech last night during the gala dinner. So I have got some comments which I will pass it over to you later on. And she also congratulates for your presence in that very important gala dinner. It is indeed a great honor for the United Republic of Tanzania to host this 15th edition of the Thabo Mbeki Africa Day Lecture. We are deeply grateful to you, Excellency Thabo Mbeki, and your foundation for selecting Dar es Salaam city. As you said yesterday, it wasn't very difficult for you from Conakry to Dar, and there's a reason behind that. As a second African country and a city for the first East Africa and the first East Africa country to host this 15th lecture. Your presence is not only a privilege for us, but also a powerful affirmation of our shared commitment to our shared unity and advancement of our continent. Your Excellency, President Mbeki, I wish to salute you for your contribution and unwavering commitment to the African cause and the vacuum areas that we have in action. I repeat again, in action, because we've been talking too much theoretically about the gaps we have, about our unity, about our freedom, about our bringing Africa together. It is just a talk. And my own recent example is when I was going to Angola as advance party before our president's state visit. I had to go to 3 countries before reaching Luanda. And the president was coming there directly with her own flight. So it was only 3 hours from Dar es Salaam to Luanda. But for me, it took me at least 18 hours to reach there. And one of the countries I passed was South Africa, with the same sponsor you see on the board here. So, so this shows that we are talking theoretically about unity and being connected, yet we are disconnected. And this is, I think, we need to address why we are so much disconnected. I was in South Africa recently to visit some of our elder statesmen who came there for medical reasons. I will not mention names. And I visited one of the best trauma centers you have in Johannesburg. And this trauma center, they are saying it's renowned globally. They told me, I saw the profile, I saw major accident happen in the mining. I saw Americans flying there. I saw great developed nations flying to come there for medical. And I asked myself, why are we going outside Africa? Why are we going outside Africa? I think Excellency Mbeki and the rest of the panelists, these are the issues that we need to address now. We've been talking too much about unity. We've been talking too much about African continent, but we don't know our own value of these critical, they are called rare earth minerals in the ground. We don't know their real value. Somebody else outside Africa is determining their value. They are determining the value for us. They are determining what should we do, when should we do it, and how to do it. Maybe professors can help us, knowledge is lacking. Maybe education, our education is still closed in liberation and all this unity and the Liberation Center and museums and history. We need also to know what value we have now. Excellency Mbeki, yesterday in our gala dinner, you gave a wonderful speech. And from your speech, I picked up two key issues. Number one, you spoke about blue economy. And you are absolutely right. Recently, with President Chapo's state visit, President of Mozambique, Republic of Mozambique, we had the opportunity to go to Zanzibar in the Deep Sea Fishing Authority in Zanzibar, because the headquarters of our Deep Sea Fishing Authority in the United Republic of Tanzania is based in Zanzibar, in Fumba town area. So when we visited that place, they gave us the number of ships licensed to do deep sea fishing. Each license, Your Excellency, cost about $100,000 per annum. And there was a list of different companies given these fishing licenses. And there were many of them. So President of Mozambique asked, how many ships are from United Republic of Tanzania? The answer was 0. And just for your information, this goes very well with what you made yesterday as a speech in our gala dinner. Na hii kwa ndugu zangu wanafunzi, nyie ndo future mnaambiwa, lakini future yenyewe ishafika tayari leo. Each ship, each catch, they say there's a catch and there is bycatch. Bycatch is the unwanted fish. Each catch in the ship which is processed is approximately worth 2 million. And we asked another question, how many catches do they do per license per year? They said minimum 20 catches. So that is $40 million on one side for the license of $100,000 on the other side. And none of them, I would say, is African. Let me say it that way. Not only Tanzanian, but none of them is African. So your speech made me ask a lot of questions like last night. And actually, I'm sorry to say I enjoyed the food, African food, but I didn't enjoy the sleep, because I was thinking the questions you asked all overnight. What is our problem? And I think the panelists will come to address. What is our problem today? Why we don't have this fleet of fishing vessels ourselves? Number one. Why don't we do our own fishing? Number two. Why is fish still expensive? Number three. Why we are not exporting our own fish or adding the value of this fish here? Why? So there was a lot of whys which I was asking. So I hope the historians who are going to come and talk about African freedom, African liberation, African unity are going to touch this subject, because if we don't touch this subject, all this freedom and unity can be in a threat in future because of the global economic and globalization trend. This is number one. Number two, I wanted to say also again from your speech, you, besides blue economy, you mentioned the value that we have and how can we work on that value. And I realized that most of these values in a mineral industry and mining is 30% economic contributor of this country. So everyone who is employed by government, 30% of their salary is coming from the mining industry. That is automatically, it means that way. But most of this mining, we fail to add value and we send it outside. One of the reasons is we don't know the value, especially of these emerging rare earth, critical minerals. They have different names, critical, rare, etc. We don't know the value. Nickel, cadmium, titanium, which are being processed outside Africa. I think it's high time, when we talk unity of Africa, we need also to talk about economic unity. When we talk about freedom, we need to talk also about economic freedom. If we talk empowerment of Africans, we need also to talk about knowledge, education, science also, empowerment of Africans, so we determine our own values and we are the master of our own resources, which are blessed to us by God. Among many countries in the world, Africa and African countries are blessed. The last part I want to say is, with my little experience in FAO, 3 years being a representative of Tanzania to Food and Agriculture Organization, that time there was a lot of talk on food security. The whole world was talking about food security. And we don't have a problem of food security, but we have a problem that some of the desert countries are exporting more of the food stuff than ourselves. So the DG of the Food and Agriculture Organization, who is from China, he said, if we are asked in China where God is residing, we would say God is residing in Africa. And I asked him why. He said, because you are blessed with everything, including fresh water bodies, but only one. I will not finish that one. I leave it to the panelists for discussion, and I take this opportunity, Your Excellency Thabo Mbeki, once again to thank you very much for choosing Tanzania, to thank you very much for choosing to partner with us. I would like also to take this opportunity to thank you for your invitation last year, where you taught me 5 sources of conflicts in Africa. There are main 5 sources, and one of them was mentioned here today by Mzee Butiku, is the Banyamulenge example and the borders which were drawn outside the Banyamulenge area, outside, by people outside who don't know our own history. That is also one source of conflict which we learned in South Africa. For the seminar that we had, you invited ministers of foreign affairs and ministers of defense. There was a purpose for that, I'm sure, because there's a book written about diplomats and generals together. So that time we were together, diplomats and generals. And I must say, I learned a lot from that seminar, and it transformed me, even the way I'm thinking now. When I was attending as a chairperson of the organ troika for the ministerial level, for the SADC discussion, I used a lot from that seminar as a resource practically. So asante sana, Mzee Thabo Mbeki, we thank you very much. And do come often. Do come often. I think you should make a point of coming every year to the United Republic of Tanzania. We have umbilical cord connectivity with you people in South Africa, and you know it. You know that history better than me. So you have to make a point of coming every year. There is Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation. There is a Uongozi Institute. Wako wapi? Naomba Uongozi Institute msimame niwaone. Uongozi Institute. Anybody from Uongozi? Hawapo leo. Uongozi, we have Uongozi Institute. I think we should make a point. You are among the very few retired president who is active in Africa to tell us the truth, which is sometimes very inconvenient. Thank you very much. Excellency, the floor is yours. Everybody wants to listen to you and not to me, so I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you officially for this talk. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Minister Kombo. While we were in Tanzania in the last few days, a very sad event happened in South Africa. I'm going humbly to request you just to stand for a minute of silence. This is in honor of a former president of the ANC Women's League, Gertrude Shope, who passed away a few days ago at the age of 99. This is one of the veterans of our struggle, a veteran leader of the women of South Africa, As I said, she passed away a few days ago at the age of 99. And please, if we could, in her honor, just stand just for a minute of silence. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. First of all, I'd really like to say thanks a lot to Her Excellency the President Samia Suluhu Hassan for allowing us to meet as well as we've been meeting in Tanzania and Dar es Salaam over the last few days. And really thanks very much, President, Minister, for the greetings from Her Excellency. I'm very, very glad indeed that she allowed us to host this Africa Day lecture here in Dar es Salaam. As everybody has said, we've got people who are scheduled to speak. This is their day to talk about these African challenges. So I won't be long, because really, basically, I have nothing to say except to say thank you to them for what they're going to say, and welcome, so that they take over this microphone. I'm looking at Generali here. He's one of the people that has to speak. You know, when there's a phrase that they used in basic economics, other things being equal. Other things being equal, I should have retired as president of South Africa in 2009. But the things being unequal, I did in 2008. But before that, some of my colleagues, heads of state at the time, were saying to me that when you retire, you must continue to focus on these African challenges. They were saying to me that you know very well that as a continent we've adopted many, many policies, good policies, for the future of Africa. The big deficiency is that there are very, very few people to implement those policies. And so they were saying to me, therefore, when in your retirement, attend to this matter. Let's prepare the people, the human resource, the capital, the human capital to implement these decisions taken by the OAU and the AU. I'm mentioning that because then when we established the foundation, as Ambassador Mbungwe was saying, indeed, the understanding was that this was an Africa foundation, not a South African foundation. And one of the very first things we did was to establish an African leadership school to do what my colleagues had been saying. Let's develop the cadres who are going to be focused, be knowledgeable about these Africa policies and act on them. We established this African Leadership Institute at the University of South Africa. That was our, in a sense, first association, formal association with the University of South Africa. And the reason for that was because the University of South Africa, being a distance learning institution, has got a very good footprint on the African continent. I don't know how many, 40 plus African countries. Got students from 40 plus African countries at the University of South Africa. So we thought that to set up this leadership institute of ours focusing on the continent, the best place to put it would be at the University of South Africa. That consideration also affected these Africa Day lectures, because we then also decided at the foundation that in order to mark Africa Day, let's also discuss Africa, hence the Africa Day lectures. So they can focus on one or another matter of the continent to say where are we and what should be done. So the majority with this is the number 15, the current one. The majority of them were held in South Africa, but again, this reminder came that this is not an African, not a South African foundation. It's an African foundation. And therefore, this Africa Day lecture has to move around the continent. I'm very, very glad indeed that now we are here in Tanzania. We should have been here long before. But I must say, Minister, in connection with that, the lifespan of this series is very short. But within that lifespan, this is the third time we're asking Tanzanians to deliver the lecture. It's, I think, a tribute. It's a tribute to the quality of African that this country has produced. We've had the late President Ben Mkapa as our Africa Day lecturer, and may his soul rest in peace. We've had the Honorable Salim Ahmed Salim as our other lecturer, and now we've got the people who are going to speak today. I'm saying it's a very short space of time. It's actually the only country on the continent that's done this thing 3 times. To discuss this very important question, the state of the continent and this re-energization, or whatever the correct word is, of the African Renaissance. To do this thing that we all of us wish for, this rebirth of the African continent. The practical actions that the Minister Kombo has been talking about. Practically, what is it that we do? We've got the vision, we think we know where to go. What are we doing practically? So I really want to say thanks a lot to everybody who agreed to be our speakers today. It may very well be I'm not going to be the one to make that announcement. Max, I don't know if you're going to be the one to make it, because it may be that one of the people on our list is stuck in traffic somewhere and may be delayed. But really, that's all really I wanted to say. Say thank you to everybody for coming. Normally what happens, as is happening today, what is happening in this hall is being broadcast throughout the continent. So it's not only us here who are listening, but many around the continent of Africa are also listening to this. So we are interacting with the rest of the continent about the continent. And I'm very, very glad indeed we've got high caliber people, high caliber thought leaders who've accepted the responsibility to talk to us today. I want to say thanks a lot to them for that, and ask them to come and take over. I've done what I'm supposed to do and take over this microphone. Thanks a lot.
Let's keep the applause going as we thank His Excellency President Thabo Mbeki for those remarks. And as he accurately said, we were going to enjoy some pre-panel remarks. I'll ask the team to please proceed and set up the chairs. The former Prime Minister, Mzee Warioba, will not be with us today, but should he arrive, we can hear from him after the panel. So as the chairs are being set up, allow me to just share with you how we'll be moving forward as we focus on this panel discussion with the theme of looking back and moving forward. And I believe the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs has challenged us. This needs to be pragmatic. This needs to be tactical. We really need to think about what we are going to do. But we will be moving from where we are as a continent, so assessing Africa's current political, economical, and social landscape. It's important for us to take stock of the status quo. We will then envision where we want to be Is it the same vision that our elders have put forth, or do we envision something else? We've already heard that our continent is a majority of youth, and they're in the room with us today. Where do we want to go as we envision and aspire for African Renaissance and Agenda 2063 of the African Union? And probably the most important part, how will we get there? So to my esteemed panelists, this is what the audience is looking for: the hows, what is going to happen next, the discipline, the action. And I believe together we'll be able to have a very dynamic discussion that should feel like you're sitting in our kitchen and we're having a conversation this afternoon. As His Excellency has shared, we have some brilliant minds joining us on the stage in just a moment, who will be sharing their experience, their deep insight, and their fierce commitment to Africa's progress. In a moment, I will welcome to the stage our Honorable Minister for Information, Culture, Arts and Sport, Professor Kabudi. He's a constitutional mind with continental reach, a scholar and policymaker whose legal expertise has guided governance frameworks in Tanzania and across Africa. Professor Kabudi, karibu sana. Please come and take your seat on the stage. Let's welcome him. Our second panelist is Generali Ulimwengu. The name is known, a fearless commentator, public intellectual, and media leader for many years, whose voice continues to challenge, provoke, and inspire honest dialogue across our continent. Karibu sana mzee wetu. We could not have this discussion without you. And last but certainly not least, I would like to welcome to the stage Professor Issa Shivji, a towering figure in African scholarship, a Pan-African thinker whose work has illuminated the path towards self-reliance, social justice, and ideological clarity for our continent. Professor Shivji, please welcome to the stage. And this conversation will be moderated by myself, Miranda Nyman, your program director for today. Please put your hands together for the panelists. Good afternoon to our audience once again. And as our panelists get settled, I'm really honored, humbled to be sitting amongst giants of the continent this afternoon. We're going to dive right in. We only have 45 minutes to figure out where we are, where we want to go, and what we're going to do. So we do not want to hear from me, but I do want to just provoke, in the words of Professor Shivji. Africa today, a few things for us to think about. Continent of youth is this untapped energy. It's our demographic dividend, 70% under the age of 30. How are we going to harness this energy or waste it? I hope we will touch on this. We've got growing economies, but growth might not be enough. How are we facing inequality? How are we dealing with global shocks? We're seeing huge change globally, and also the urgent need to build resilience on the continent. I would love for you to touch on peace and how we can overcome some of the conflicts in the Sahel, in the Horn of Africa, and elsewhere, which might be an obstacle to African Renaissance. And to touch on governance as well, under pressure. Is democracy a risk in some African countries? Digital transformation and how we can enhance technology as well, but also how the world is now waking up to Africa, as we were challenged by the foreign minister today. We ourselves might not know our value. How are we going to harness that for the power of the future? So this is Africa that we stand in today, rich with potential. And I'm going to start with the first round, where we are. Professor Kabudi, the first question goes to you. As a legal scholar and policymaker, how would you assess the current state of governance and the rule of law in Africa today, particularly in fostering unity and development across our continent? Karibu sana.
How do I do it here? Thank you very much, moderator. Before I answer that question, let me start by saying how humbling it is to participate in this panel. One in front of President Thabo Mbeki, a renowned statesman, an intellectual, and who has inspired a lot in the past and in the present. But I'm also so humbled that I am participating in this panel with my teacher, Professor Issa Shivji, who taught me at the University of Salaam, and I had a privilege later on to be part of the academic staff with him before I was taken to politics, and he remained in academics. And actually, I went to TPH Bookshop. I have bought your 50th anniversary of the class struggle in Tanzania, and I wish they could also reprint the silent class struggle, because I remember when I was a secondary school student at Tosamaganga, I had to walk the whole way from Tosamaganga to Iringa town to buy that book, The Silent Class Struggle, in 1972. So I bought the 50th anniversary. I have read the introduction, and I think it is important for many people to read. I hope you have a copy for President Thabo Mbeki. I'm also more humbled to sit here beside General Ulimwengu. He might not know, but he's the one who inspired me to go to journalism. He used to write a column in the Daily News, Friday Letters. Let me confess, I read, although the English was too daunting, and I had to use the dictionary after every one sentence. But it made me inspired also to join journalism, where I cut my tooth before going to study law. The state of governance and the rule of law in Africa today presents a complex and evolving landscape. The trajectory of the state of governance and rule of law in Africa varies significantly across the continent, with ongoing challenges and some notable successes, but at the same time bereft with the reversals and the backsliding. While some African nations have made strides and progress in strengthening their institutions and promoting good governance, others continue to struggle with corruption, weak accountability, and the limitations in rule of law. Africa still suffers from legal pluralism and it still remains a hostage of the legal cultures of the colonial era. We're still influenced by the Anglo-Saxon common law in the case of Tanzania, the Roman Dutch law in the case of Southern African countries, the Lusophone legal culture and systems in Angola and Mozambique, and so on. And we are yet to find our own imprint of an autochthonous and authentic African jurisprudence. So we need to acknowledge these challenges, and we need to work on them. And as I said, we need to have a Pan-African legal integration on good governance, which includes strengthening of the African Court on Human and the People's Rights, which is based in Arusha. And I was part of those who witnessed the negotiations in Nairobi and the adoption of the African Charter of Human and People's Rights. At that time, I was a university student, but during our recess, I was part of the delegation to Tanzania, and there was a lot of pessimism at that time. Africa was replete with dictators and authoritarian presidents, some of them with excessive brutality. When I talk of Bokassa at that time, but I still remember the words of Leopold Sedar Senghor in that meeting, and I believe Mzee Butiku, you were there. He said, Africa has suffered for 400 years and cannot continue to suffer. Let us make progress of adopting the African Charter of Human and People's Rights. Actually, he's the one who strongly talked about people's human rights. And that was the issue of self-determination, but also the issue of Africa asserting itself. So we need to strengthen the African Court of Human and People's Rights based at Arusha, but at the same time in tackling issues of corruption and accountability, we need now to transform the African Union Advisory Board against corruption, which is also based in Arusha, not to be an advisory board, but actually to be an institution which will now tackle issues. And on this, I would like to commend Her Excellency President Samia Suluhu Hassan. And I don't want to say because Minister Mahmoud Thabit Kombo has not yet read his budget speech, because he's the one who provides funding which goes to the African Court of Human and People's Rights, but also to the African Union Advisory Board Against Corruption, which is based in Arusha, that now we need to transform this from an advisory board to an institution which will tackle corruption, but also enhance accountability. So what do I want to say? One, there is need in Africa of consistent application of rule of law, deepening of democratic norms, and we should not be daunted by the challenges ahead of us, but also now continue with robust institutional capacity building, some of which is now being done by the Thabo Foundation, Mbeki Foundation, and all institutions which are involved. Before coming here, I was talking to President Mbeki, that all of us now invite, and now I won't mention the name, I'm a cabinet minister, invite someone from somewhere to come and do induction to our presidents in Africa and the ministers in Africa, and they give us consultants at a fee. Why not use Thabo Mbeki and the other African presidents to do induction to African presidents, to do induction to African ministers, in order to solve our problems? Complex, daunting, and challenging, but we don't need to be pessimistic.
Thank you very much, Professor Kabudi. And I hope that the students were listening, the relationship between you and your teacher today, the takeaway messages. Wanafunzi, are you here? Be very respectful to your teachers. As you can see, you might be sitting on a stage together in the future. Thank you, Professor Kabudi, for sharing with us. You say that there's an element of suffering or being a hostage as a continent. Heavy words and colonial legal systems that we've inherited that we are still utilizing today. Generali Ulimwengu, I'd like you to pick up on where Professor Kabudi has left off. And from your perspective as a commentator on African affairs, what are some of the key socio-political and economic trends that you see shaping the continent today? And where might we be falling short with regards to African Renaissance?
Hello. Thank you very much, moderator. Your Excellencies, I am a bit taken aback by the introduction of the subject by Professor Kabudi, who started this conversation referring to books. And I do have two books with me here. And I would like to assure President Mbeki that I'm not in the habit of trolling part of my library on the streets of Dar es Salaam every day. But today was a special day. As I was coming here, I realized that I have to travel for 1 hour between my place and this place. And I can't spend 1 hour just listening to the radio talks on the Bolt taxi driver's radio. So I always carry a book. So the book I could lay my hands on immediately was Simon Sinek's Leaders Eat Last. Leaders Eat Last. And I would suggest to the author that maybe he should have said, leaders eat last and least. But I was coming here, as I was coming here, I was told that my book that I had, a copy of which I had lost in Addis Ababa while working on an assignment, had arrived. I wanted to replace it, so somebody ordered it from Amazon, and I got it on my way to this hall, and it's Adam Hochschild, King Leopold's Ghost. Now, these two books are extremely important, and they are linked. I did not know that Professor Kabudi would start with the books, so I didn't prepare myself for this, but I thought, since I have them here, I might as well introduce them to you and base my conversation on that. Leaders eat last. That's the last thing you want to tell African leaders, because they will expel you wherever you are. You don't go around telling African leaders that leaders eat last, because either you'll have no leaders at all after that, or they will expel the man who says that. Because they eat first, and they eat a lot, and they eat too much. And it's a big problem for the governance that you're talking about. And unless we solve this problem of how leaders eat, we may never get out of the quagmire in which we are. We know that Africa, as you say, Africa is not one country. Africa is a diverse tapestry of countries, cultures, governance systems, and so on and so forth. And we have made some advances somewhere in certain areas, and we have made reverses, sometimes very serious reverses in our governance structures. But it's all centered around the issue of eating, who eats what, how much, and for what reason. The issues of corruption. President Mbeki has been very busy over the past, I don't know how many years, maybe 30 years, talking about the illicit financial flows out of Africa. I think the last time I looked was something like $70 billion a year, and it's still continuing. And if you look at those figures that President Mbeki has been giving, most of the hemorrhage, most of the financial hemorrhage that Africa is suffering from is occasioned by people who we call leaders. I have changed my lexicon. I no longer refer to them as leaders. I refer to them as rulers, very much the same as the colonial rulers we had before, and very much the same like the apartheid rulers that you had in South Africa. Now, for any governance conversation to take place, when there is an eminent South African personality in your midst, we must go back to 1955 at Cliptown, and the Freedom Charter that the ANC adopted as the Bible and the roadmap of South Africa when South Africa becomes independent, becomes free from racism and apartheid. Well, South Africa got rid of apartheid officially in 1994, we all know. But let us ask the South Africans in our midst here, is it true that the people of South Africa are governing? Because one of the first principles of the Freedom Charter was the people shall govern. The people shall govern. Now, in South Africa, I don't know whether this is reality, but in the rest of Africa, is this really what is happening in our countries? Here in Tanzania, for instance, or in Kenya, or in Uganda, or in Gambia, or in Senegal? What is it? Why have we failed to transform national independence to people's freedom? Why is national independence such an empty concept that has a national anthem, has a national flag, has a national parliament, and so on and so forth? But in reality, it is completely devoid of substance, where people can feel in their country that they are free, they are in control, they are the masters and mistresses of what they survey. So the number one issue is about who eats first, and the number two issue is who rules over our country. countries, including our economies, our politics, our culture, our social services, and so on and so forth. I pause there.
Thank you very much for sharing that. To play devil's advocate, Mr. Ulimwengu, some people might say the male lion eats first and then the family follow once they make a kill. But I think you've made a very, very powerful point there. How do we lead at family level, in our community, in the institutions we're leading? And as leaders, we should be eating last, putting the people forward. I think you've made a very powerful point. Thank you for that. We will come back to you in just a moment. Now, Professor Shivji, you've heard what has been shared here by Professor Kabudi and Mr. Ulimwengu as well. From your perspective, looking at it from an academic perspective in particular, what do you believe to be the most pressing economic and structural challenges that might be facing the continent? And how might they impact our ability to achieve self-reliance? Or do you believe we already are self-reliant?
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. First, thank you for giving me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts. It seems to me that if we want to know where we are at, we have to know how did we arrive where we are. So we have to know how did we arrive at this state that we are in today. And here I would like to make 3 points very quickly, given the constraint of time. One, at the time of independence, we inherited colonial economy. And one of the main features of this economy was that it was integrated vertically, externally to the metropolitan countries. But internally, it was disarticulated. Internally, there was no relation between various sectors because they all were geared and structured for external demands and external interests of the metropolitan country. But in essence, in political economy, these structures resulted in siphoning off of surplus from our countries. So while our countries were the site of producing surplus, the site of accumulation of that surplus was metropolitan country, what we call capital. So there was very little accumulation within our own countries. And whatever there was, it was mainly the form of merchant capital, not productive capital. And this is what we call underdevelopment. Okay? Now, that is the first point I would like to make. 2, and I think this is important to remember generally, that the first generation of our post-colonial leaders, regardless of all the problems that we had, did try to address some of these issues. Okay? Did try to address some of these issues. For example, there was very little industrial development by colonialism. So, in many countries, regardless of their political orientation, they embarked on some kind of import substitution industrialization. In many of our countries. And this happened, of import substitution industrialization. What were its problems? But it was done. So we had some kind of industrialization in our countries. Secondly, to address the extremely low standards of living of our people from colonialism, they addressed the issue of the standard of living as well, in 2 ways. One, by trying to subsidize basic needs. And 2, by developing social sectors, education, health, water, etc. Okay? And 3, since there was no private capital to do it, internally. Or whatever there was, it was not prepared to do this. And of course, foreign capital was not interested in doing it. So inevitably, there was an expansion in the public sector. The state had to intervene. So all over Africa, in many countries, we had an expansion of the public sector. And regardless of whether the countries called themselves socialist or capitalist. For example, Malawi had one of the biggest public sectors. Malawi was by no means socialist, because this was inevitable, as I said. And this, as we know, in developing countries, in economics, are called register regimes, which you find in many developing countries. Now, then came, and this is my third point, then came the onslaught of neoliberalism, the so-called Washington Consensus, spearheaded by Reagan and Thatcher. In the late 70s and early 80s, many of the African countries found themselves in deep economic crisis. I will not go into the reasons for this, but one of the crises was heavy debt burden. We had fallen prey to the salesmen who came and sold loans to us, and we took them. So we were heavily indebted. So African states were vulnerable. The result was that when the structure adjustment programs came, now imperialism took offensive. During that period, it was on the defensive. Now it took offensive. Okay? So they began imposing structure adjustment programs in neoliberal policies. Now, neoliberal policies, as you know, the mantra there is free market. Okay? Liberalization, marketization, privatization. Okay? And by the way, because we are so used to using this term, I heard it also at the university. It was neoliberalism, the World Bank, the third generation of structure program, which coined the term good governance. Good governance is not coined by us. It was coined by the World Bank. Okay? The Arusha Declaration, did not talk about good governance. It did not talk about utawala bora. It talked about uongozi bora, good leadership. Democratic governance, yes, but good governance is meaningless. It's a moral term. Okay, who decides what is good governance? Anyway, the point I'm making is that this neoliberal onslaught, okay, which integrated us further into the international value chains, both commodity chains and financial chains. We found ourselves at the most exploitative end of those chains. The surplus continued to be drained from our economies. Okay? There are figures and so on, I'm not going to cite them, in various ways. Neoliberalism and the structural adjustment programs over the last 3 decades has had devastating effects in our society. It destroyed the social fabric of our societies. Our society has become extremely polarized, with a small group of people obscenely rich, and a large majority of the people filthy poor. Go to any African countries. Once you step outside the main highways and streets, you will see the poverty. And in our villages, to this day. There was rise in absolute relative poverty. Figures are there. Unemployment rising by the day. Today we all talk about youth unemployment. It's a real issue in Africa. But few of us are prepared to admit that partly, if not wholly, it's due to the kind of policies that imposed on us and which we embraced. These leaders who eat first, embraced them, because they could continue eating first. it was in their interest to embrace them. So these were embraced. And as a result, this is what we found ourselves in. This is the kind of condition we found ourselves in. Now, what shall we say? Because the question of self-reliance. Of course, this meant, net result was that today, in my view, with some exceptions here and there, we are more dependent than we were at the time of independence. Forget the question of self-reliance. There's no self-reliance. We are, in fact, more dependent today than we were at the time of independence. To the extent that all that we said about the right to self-determination, okay, we literally squandered our self-determination. We hardly make our own decisions. Let's be frank and admit it. We don't need to be diplomats when we have such dialogue. We hardly make our own decisions. We are told to decide what alternatives to be given. Tony Blair today has more respect and is welcoming our state houses to advise and as a consultant than the consultants of Africa themselves. So today we are more independent than we were at the time of independence. Let me stop.
Professor, you've really provoked us there. We are less self-reliant than we were when we first gained independence. A bitter pill to swallow, perhaps, for those that might not be really digesting that reality. And I want to leave ample time for thinking about the tactical solutions. I want to move swiftly on to look at the future and where we would like to be. You've all painted quite a bleak, if I might say, picture of where we are, although we are still brimming with potential, I believe. So maybe can you paint the picture for us all now of where we want to be, the Africa that we're determined to build, and how we can expand on the spirit of Pan-Africanism, how we can pick up where we've left off. And I'm going to come to you first, Professor Kabudi. How can we strengthen the institutions that we've put in place? You've touched on some recommendations earlier, but particularly around Agenda 2063 that's been outlined by the African Union. What role should regional bodies play, and what role does the African Union now have? Karibu.
Thank you so much. Actually, if you look at the Agenda 2063, is encapsulated by the words, what we want is an integrated, prosperous, and a peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the international arena. Now, if you look at that, it talks about entrenching a culture of human rights, democracy, gender equality, inclusion and peace. At the same time, prosperity, security, and safety for all citizens, and see mechanism to promote and defend the continent's collective security and interests. Now, in view of those which I have alluded, African institutions, in order to realize these objectives, I'm of the view we need to do the following. One is to build capable development states. And this is what Professor Shivji said. If you look at the first generation of African leaders, we may criticize of what they did. If you look at the Arusha Declaration, in the case of Kenya, if you go to sessional paper number 10 by Emilio Stanley Mwai Kibaki on African socialism, which was not implemented. If you look at Kaunda's humanism, if you look at Obote's Common Man Charter, their interest was to develop a capable development state, which addresses the challenges of development in terms of poverty, disease, and ignorance. So we need now more than before to build capable development states. And here is where somehow I am much more attracted to the Southern African Development Community. The word development, which means this is a community which focuses on development, but obviously also trade and the other aspects. 2, we need to foster citizens' participation. And when I say citizens' participation, here we need to address the majority of citizens who are the youth. How the African youth are going to be engaged and allowed to be involved in the development of their continent. And here are matters of education, matters of skill, matters of knowledge need to be emphasized. See, for the governments, and I'm part of the government, is to adopt a result-based approach. A result-based approach. And later on, I'll give examples. And 3 is revitalizing our strategic planning. This month, I was flying back from Mumbai, where I had attended the World Summit on Entertainment Industry. And lucky enough, when I was in the Ethiopian Airlines, reading the flight magazine, Salaam, UNISA, they have advertised in Salaam. And immediately I saw that, I screenshot it, and send it to our Minister for Education, Science and Technology, Professor Adolf Mkenda. Now, and I'm allowed to read to you that, what UNISA says, and which I share when it comes to revitalizing strategic planning. In that Ethiopian Airlines flight magazine, UNISA, they have come with what they say, preparing Africa for next century. And they have come with 10 things. 1, marine studies. I want to go to the details. 2, space studies. We need to invest in space science and space economy. And actually, too many Tanzanians won't know. If you go today to St. Joseph University of Tanzania, at Luguruni, professors there and the students, they've been able to manufacture a nano satellite. Dr. Amani Bura, under the leadership of Professor Mnenei, who in 1986 wrote an article of how to use satellites for rural development in Tanzania. Space sciences, space economy. The other thing, UNISA, Industry 4.0. I want to believe it's the fourth industrial revolution. And actually we have all the minerals in Africa for the fourth industrial revolution. Coltan in Africa, cobalt in Africa, nickel in Africa, platinum in Africa. So we have all the necessary minerals to make Africa lead in the Industry 4.0. 5, aviation studies. I won't go to the detail because I don't want the Vice Chancellor of University of UNISA to have something to say also. But 6, automation studies. The world is moving from fossil fuel to electric vehicles. And we have all the minerals we need. Tanzania, we have abundant nickel sulfide and nickel laterite, graphite, and everything you need. South Africa are far developed in manufacturing of cars. We could today think of strategic planning. Tanzania produces the batteries, another country the mufflers, another country the bodies, and another country. So, and another thing, UNISA, which for me is what we need to focus on, the biotechnological studies. I was the Minister for Foreign Affairs and the East African Cooperation during COVID-19, and I was the chair of the Council of Ministers. Actually, President Thabo Mbeki, I had initiated a study, and when Stogomena Tax was the Executive Secretary, to link the Indian Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean, from Dar es Salaam to Lobito, Tazara, and the Benguela Railway. In the midst of that, we had COVID-19. In this building, we came with 4 plans, and one of it was how we are going to tackle the issue of COVID-19 using our own resources. The production of masks. And during that, we were able to have a lot of industries. I'm sure even Kilombero Sugar Company was, for the first time, we had the use of alcohol to make sure that we sanitize. So biotechnological. And it was quite interesting when we were looking at the essential oils, is when we discovered one professor at the University of Dar es Salaam, Professor Jones, had written a book on resources of Tanzania, use, misuse, and abuse. And in it, he had a list of 26 essential oils. And it is these 26 essential oils which we use to produce our own medicine, which took care of us. The Bupiji and the Buyegi. Today, the Bupiji and the Buyegi has been shoved off. So biotechnological studies. And number 9. What's number 9? Where is number 9? Had forgotten energy studies. Energy studies. All of us, when we are students of development studies, and our mentors are here, the Professor Shivjis, we always say, without electricity, there's no development. And we read Vladimir Ilyich Lenin about the importance of electricity. If Congo is going to be stable and peaceful, the Congo River is able to produce enough electricity for the entire continent and surplus. But also the green energy, solar, wind. But the most important thing, which I learned also number 9, the health studies. Health studies of how Africa is going to prepare itself, one, to tackle epidemics when they happen. We all remember here in Tanzania, we are producing our own vaccines for measles and polio. Come privatization, we closed all those industries. And today, we are 100% dependent on vaccination from outside. And I remember during COVID-19, it was very concerning to see African leaders sitting in Addis Ababa discussing how to distribute among the African countries donation of vaccines against COVID-19 from other countries. And it is when Tanzania sponsored one of the resolutions which was taken by the then chairperson of the AU, Cyril Ramaphosa, of how Africa is going to produce its own vaccines. And we cannot do that without biotechnological studies and the health studies. And the last one, student support. So actually, when we talk of the future, mine will be those 4. What should AU do? 1, coordination. Coordination. One of our main weaknesses is coordination. And another weakness of ours is monitoring and evaluation. We adopt a lot of resolutions, sign a lot of MOUs, and a lot of agreements. No plan of action, no monitoring, no evaluation. So for me, we need now, at the continental level, strong coordination, but also monitoring and evaluation, but also now building a culture of respecting our own resolutions, implementing them, following them up. And the approach of Africa for many years has been of competition instead of complementing our efforts. Tanzania is not competing with any country. South Africa is not competing with any country. Let us look at the strength of each country and complement our efforts in order to achieve developed Africa, self-reliant Africa, Africa which is capable of defending itself, feeding itself, and the Africa which gives hope to the future generations of Africa who will come, because they will inherit a developed Africa, which, as I said, which has suffered a lot from colonial rule, but also from our own misrule and our own misplanning. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kabudi. The Africa that you've laid out is an Africa that the youth are going to inherit, that are going to live in, the one that we are trying to envision. So I'm glad that you've raised them and the importance of participation. And I recall when Tanzania was going through the Vision 2050 process of putting together the strategic document, there was extensive engagement across society, which is critical for moving the country forward. And Professor Puleng, I hope you received your flowers there, that very impactful advert. Nice return on investment there. Generali Ulimwengu, this is a question that is quite fitting because sitting next to you, because I'm going to talk to you about culture and media, and the Honorable Minister is sitting right next to you, so you can feel free to talk to him directly. But the question that I'd like to put to you today is, what role do you believe culture, media, and youth engagement will play in shaping the shared vision for Africa laid out by Professor Kabudi and others, our forefathers, and how can we inspire a sense of collective purpose across diverse African societies? Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Culture, spirituality, I may add the arts, our music, our dances, our storytelling. These are attributes that are at the base of Africa's very existence. I am currently doing a study, and in a few days I'll be launching a book on Pan-Africanism, and I've gone into this, and I've seen how this has, how the issues pertaining to culture, to music, to the arts, to the drum, have been fundamental in the resilience, in building the resilience, the survival and resilience of Africans, especially during the period that has been known now as Maafa. Maafa, which is a Swahili word denoting catastrophe, that befell the African continent, and people were exported, were kidnapped on the continent, exported to the Americas, to the Caribbean, to Europe, and elsewhere. And how they survived those extreme conditions of brutality, humanization, and to emerge as a people reaching out to other people who are like themselves, and to form bonds that eventuated in what we call Pan-Africanism today. It's a very powerful story. People who were originally Bakongo or Wolof or Makonde or Ashanti, now finding themselves in these plantations, whether in the Caribbean or in the United States or South America, and they didn't know they were African at that moment, until their owners, the slave master, started calling them, "You African, come here." And they said, "What? I'm African now?" And they started realizing that they came from the same place, and eventually this did lead to people like W.E.B. Du Bois, Marcus Garvey, and the others, to come together and say, and in this list there is a very eminent South African, Isaka Seme, who was a thinker at the turn of the 19th century of the Pan-Africanist movement. So the arts are very important because for Africans, the music and the drum and the song are not just objects of entertainment. They are also a spiritual way of reconnecting with their roots, remembering who they are and what they have gone through, the suffering they have had to deal with, the way they resisted that brutal experience, how they emerged victorious until they came to where we are right now. The healing powers of our medicine man and woman in the African setting, in the black American settings in Louisiana or in Cuba or in Brazil, the new religions that were amalgams of whether it was Catholicism or Presbyterianism with the original African belief systems, and how where these created a melange of spiritualism that became powerful, and so on and so forth. These are things that we need to get our young people to study and understand better, and also to develop our own governance systems. We are talking about issues like economic development, which are very good, financial stability, and so on and so forth, stock exchanges, and so on and so forth. But unless you have figured out your governance systems, all this is not going to work. Professor here is talking about the COVID experience, which is only a few years ago. But this country suffered the loss of so many vibrant young people who could have continued giving their services to this country because we had the wrong kind of leadership, which thought that this was not a problem. They called on people to go and pray and fast and be strong or something like that. Now, if you tell me a courageous, fearless Maasai Moran with his spear or the Sime is going to confront a lion, I will call him a great warrior. But if you tell me anybody can stand up and fight a virus empty-handed, I would say I'm looking at a fool. And because of that, we lost a lot of people, young people who are vibrant, strong, energetic, vital to the economy of this country because we had very bad leadership that believed in junk science and superstition. So governance comes first. Now, President Mbeki was instrumental in the foundation of the Africa peer review mechanism, APRM, which was started at the beginning of the 2000s and so on and so forth, and went around the continent where people, countries would invite experts and observers to come and look at how they are doing their thing, how they are doing their economy, how they are doing their politics, how they are doing their cultural activities, and so on and so forth, and pronounce a verdict, kind of, saying this is good, this is good, this is not so good, this is bad. And it went on for some time. And you know what the Africans did eventually? They started taking APRM as a beauty pageant, where literally they were saying, come and look at how beautiful I am, look at me, how I am, look at me when I'm dressed in my African dress and when I'm dressed in the European attire and so on and so forth. And APRM, Mr. President, I think right now is a dead letter. It's no longer effective. And I think it's gasping for oxygen. So I would make a call that we go back to the ideals that presided over the formation of things like the APRM, and maybe develop other products as well to accompany it, to make it thoroughgoing and serious, and to make Africans accept that when your neighbor is coming to look at you, he's not coming there to criticize you necessarily, but to show you where you might improve your efforts, where you may concentrate your resources, and so on and so forth. Because otherwise, all this that we are doing, all the good things that the professor has been talking about will come to naught unless they are put in the hands of people who know they are there to serve the people and not to rule over them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for provoking us once again, which is necessary. One of the things that you touched on was brain drain. So seeing our great minds moving out of the country, and I want to turn to you, Professor Shivji, please. How can we reclaim intellectual and ideological leadership on the continent? We were leading in that area. How do we reclaim that as we build the Africa we want? And then we are turning very swiftly to what are we going to do? So bridging the gap between the Africa you've put before us today, the aspiration, and where we are. Karibu.
How do we reclaim ideological and intellectual leadership? Reclaim we must. How do we do it? But let me quickly point out that in the immediate post-colonial period, both externally and internally, Africa did exercise intellectual ideological leadership. For example, in the councils of UN, United Nations. This was a time when we had the right to development, which was pushed by Africa. We had the two international conventions, 1966, on civil and political rights and social, economic, and cultural rights, which were adopted by the United Nations. And one of the important provisions in both these conventions was right to self-determination. Right to self-determination. And that is why US refused to ratify those conventions, because they objected to the right to self-determination. We had UNCTAD, for example, as a counterpoint to the World Bank and IMF. And if you read some of the UNCTAD reports of that time, they're extremely revealing. I think it was the first or second conference of UNCTAD, which was held in Algiers, where Che Guevara was present, I think Babu was present, Abdullah Muhammad Babu, and so on. Then there was a very important initiative of the United Nations passing the resolution on the permanent sovereignty over natural resources. Okay? But with the whole neoliberal onslaught, these have all been lost. We lost our intellectual leadership externally and also internally. Internally, the sites of knowledge production, the sites of ideological and intellectual debates were our universities. Largely were our universities, whether it was University of Dar es Salaam or it was University of Ahmad Bello in Nigeria, or Ibadan in Nigeria, okay, Nairobi, Makerere, etc. But with the neoliberalization of our universities, there was extreme amount of repression. Today, at the University of Dar es Salaam, if the students want to organize a public lecture by President Thabo Mbeki, they will have to first get a, what we call kibali, that is a permit. Okay? This is the same university which produced immense debates in the late 60s and early 70s. Okay? So we have actually destroyed through repression and suppression our sites of knowledge and our sites of discussions and debates. So in no small measure, we are to blame how we have lost intellectual leadership, simply because our rulers, yes, I'm not calling them leaders, our rulers cannot afford, they're so insecure, they cannot tolerate any dissident voices. They cannot tolerate critics. Okay? And this is true, not only in my country, but in other countries as well. Okay? We are witnessing a very repressive regimes in Africa, all over. Now, how do we reclaim that? The other day at the university, President Thabo Mbeki was talking about agency. Of course, to reclaim this, to bring about a new awakening, resurgence, we needed agency. And I would say the first and foremost agency are working people. I think our states, you may critically engage with the states, but the states have proved a total failure with that regard. Okay? So the working people will have to take the destiny in their own hands. Of course, there will be what we call, in Gramscian terms, organic intellectuals, collaborating with the people. Okay? And when I say organic intellectuals, what do I mean? By intellectuals, I don't simply mean academia. I mean artists. I mean cultural workers. I mean journalists. I mean village and street intellectuals. And we have pockets, particularly among the youth, of these intellectuals who are prepared, in Cabral's terms, to commit suicide as petty bourgeoisie and join the people. So it is this kind of combination, which it seems to me, will be the agency for the development. And ideology. In Africa, in the African continent, I think it's the only continent where we have very powerful ideology in Pan-Africanism. It is more than a century old now. We have very powerful ideology, political ideology, and political movements inspired by Pan-Africanism. Let us not forget, African nationalism was born of Pan-Africanism, not the other way around. That is why I get very upset when people talk about the example of European unity. It's not a parallel at all to Pan-Africanism. Okay? So we have a powerful ideology. How do we revive that ideology in the present context? I think that's a big challenge, but it's possible. And we have pockets of youth who are going back to Pan-African ideology all over the continent. All over the continent. And these have to be threaded together. So I don't think we have to look elsewhere for ideologies. We have an ideology, very powerful ideology. And as General was pointing out, that means that it will make us rethink our governance structures. The representative democracy is with multi-party and elections has actually proved its limits. We have to go beyond that. We really have to go beyond that in terms of real participatory democracy, bottom up. And we have necessary institutions in some countries for that. Let me stop there.
Thank you. You've painted a very clear picture there of what intellectualism or reclaiming our ideology could look like, that actually we already have quite a diverse intellectual bank on the continent, and how do we really harness that? And you also said our destiny is in our hands, and that segues us very nicely to the final part, and I think the most important part, which is what are the tactical, practical strategies or actions we can take to get us from where we were, where we are today, to where we wish to be, so that we can bridge that gap. Gen Z call those growth hacks. What are the growth hacks for Africa? And I know that you've touched on some of them through the course of your remarks, but I'd like to give you a final opportunity to share with everyone today, both in the room and online, what needs to be done, practical and tactical. Professor Kabudi, karibu. And maybe you wish to focus on the government and institutions, how they can overcome barriers.
Thank you very much. One, we need to address the root causes of conflict and promote peace. As I said, if Congo today is allowed to be peaceful, Africa will change. The most unfortunate thing, wherever one country we know, when they discovered oil in that country, Africa thought now it is going to be the engine of development. What followed? Coup d'etat, military rule, corruption. Another country, when also gas was discovered, is now in turmoil and conflict and insurgents. So once we address that, Africa is capable of developing itself. Two, we need now to implement regional trade and development agreements. We are now talking about the Africa Free Continental Trade Area, a very promising thing. We need to work hard on it. And actually, this is an institution which is headed by a very young person. And I was in Addis Ababa when actually the three were being interviewed. And we said, perhaps this is the time now to allow young people to lead some of these institutions. He was in his mid-30s, Africa Free Continental Trade Area. Three, we need now to invest in integrated regional industrialization. You know, Tanganyika was the Cinderella of East Africa for very good reasons. We are not a British colony, legally. We were a United Nations trustship territory. And the result, the administering authority did not invest much in what was Tanganyika. The same fate with Rwanda and Burundi, we were under the Belgians. So come 1961, we get our independence. 1964 is when now Tanganyika is pushing for regional industrialization. The Kampala Agreement of 1964, where we agreed what kind of industries should be built in which country. Tanganyika was given transistor radio, motor car tires, Philips and Matsushita, General Tire, Portland Cement. Uganda, it was textile, confectionaries and sugar. What happened to the Kampala Agreement of 1964 is not a matter of discussion, but I'm looking at the model of Mwalimu Nyerere and his colleagues in 1964, where now we need to sit down and agree what type of industries need to be built there for the African market. That is what Europe has done. Without that, Portugal, Spain, and Greece will be backward. Pharmaceuticals assigned to Spain, opticals assigned to Portugal. We need to do the same. And when I was part of the negotiations of the East African Common Market Protocol, when we are discussing about this, some people thought that we are still in the nostalgia of Nyerere's socialism. No. We said, let us agree. What goes to Burundi, what goes to Rwanda, what goes to Tanzania, what goes to Uganda. So that whoever comes to East Africa, he wants to invest, let us say, in bicycles, we say go to Burundi. It is in Burundi where bicycles for the entire East African market will be manufactured. But also, look at the synergies. The coffee that is produced in Buhigwe and the coffee that is produced in Makamba province of Burundi, let be it collected in one industry and goes outside Burundi and Tanzania as the produce of East Africa. Another thing is invest in regional infrastructure development. We talk about free movement of goods. How do you move goods from Nkasi to Tororo, from Tororo to Songea, And this is why I applaud the position of the government of Tanzania now investing in the standard gauge railway. And when I talk about the standard gauge railway, of which I'm very happy that President Thabo Mbeki was able to ride from Dar es Salaam to Morogoro. And the stretch from Dar es Salaam to Morogoro was 100% financed by ourselves. How did we achieve that? Is when there were no more trips to outside Tanzania, no more conferences in posh hotels where we had to go with water and cashew nuts. It is from those savings we were able to build the stretch from Dar es Salaam to Morogoro. Because many financiers were not interested. Their feasibility study and the business plans ended at the border between Tanzania and Burundi, the border of Tanzania and Rwanda, and we told them no. And this is why the decision of President Samia and President Ndayishimiye of now building an SGR from Uvinza to Msongati to Kitega and then to Kindu in DRC, and from Kindu to go down to Lubumbashi, and from Lubumbashi to go to Lobito. That's how we need to go. And now another stretch from Mwanza is going on to Isaka to Kigali. And from Kigali, it will go and connect with the SGR, which comes from Mombasa to Uganda, and then Uganda to the DRC. This is why it is to our interest that DRC becomes stable and peaceful. Another thing is to focus on capacity building. And here I'll talk about capacity building of R&D. Africa, we are spending less in R&D, research and development, because we have been cajoled that you don't need to invest in R&D. You can go and take for no. We need to invest in R&D. But promoting culture, and that is where I go to where General Member said, with this age of artificial intelligence, we need now to invest more of having a cultured, enlightened African citizenry. A cultured African citizenry, be it in literature, be it in music, be it in anything. So these are the areas where, and here I would want now to touch on one thing, because I know we are going to the end, and this is under my portfolio. I was so moved to see you, President Thabo Mbeki, and your colleagues at Solomon Mahalangu. I escorted President Cyril Ramaphosa there. And actually, next time, you should not only end in Mazimbu. Come to my constituency. I'm a member of Parliament of Kilosa constituency, where one of my citizens is Professor Issa Mchivji. And for your information, the school which you did your class 1 to class 4, we have refurbished it. I'm preparing for your visit to Kilosa.
The student-teacher relationship is deepening now.
See, come to Dakawa. And you see the dreams of Oliver Tambo and Julius Nyerere to prepare young South Africans, once South Africa is free, for them to go back to South Africa skilled. Come and see the Vocation Training Center, which was built in order to prepare young South Africans. Once they go there, they go as skilled. It is still working today as the Dakawa Vocational Education Training Institute. And the machines which were imported for leather products, for textile, they are still working. The teacher training school for South Africans, it is now our teachers training school, Dakawa. And the girls' secondary school, which was training the South African girls, is now our Dakawa Girls High School. Which means what? We also need to valorize the liberation struggle heritage. We are not talking about the past. We are talking about how we are living it. And I was telling President Mbeki before coming here, in Tanzania, we have 174 graves of South Africans who sleep here in their country. And this is why President Mbeki, it was not a matter of conspiracy that I invited, we have here 2 Ngoni chiefs from Songea. These are the ones who their great forefathers left South Africa during the Mfekane in 1840. And when I was still in academics, lecturer visiting University of KwaZulu-Natal and the University of Zululand on a project on indigenous knowledge, I said we need now, President Mbeki, to have a project of rewriting the Mfekane and the so-called Ngoni invention. Because the way it has been written in history books, it was as if it was an invention of savages. And we have not looked at the positive things. And the ambassador of Burundi is here. I want to tell you, these people went up to Burundi in Makamba province. Today you go to Burundi in the Makamba province, some of them are the same generation. So we need to sit down now, look at the question of culture, but our own history. And one of the aspects which I would want the University of KwaZulu-Natal, UNISA, and the other universities is to look at this question. Why is it important? Because of what is happening to the young generation in South Africa. Because of many other challenges, poverty and the rest, xenophobia.
Professor.
In order to address that, we need now to have collective projects over our memories and our heritage in order to know that we have one destiny of an Africa which is the same. And this is why now my last word. When we were discussing about linking Dar es Salaam and Lobito, there was a lot of questions. You know, once you link Tazara and the Benguela, the Dar es Salaam port is going to lose to Lobito. We said, for whose sake is going to lose? There'll be goods from the Caribbean, there'll be goods from Latin America, passing through Lobito to Dar es Salaam to go to Southeast Asia, and vice versa. And I'm happy that now, under the leadership of my colleague, Ambassador Mahmoud Thabiti Kombo Jecha, and President Samia Suluhu Hassan, now we are going to link Tazara and the Benguela Lele, which means for the first time that the Indian Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean will be linked.
Thank you very much,
and in
Professor.
Geopolitics. And then I end
Professor,
up.
you're giving all the points.
Yeah.
Your panelists won't have anything left to say.
One good thing, and then I end it.
Thank you.
Once we do that, and then we link, because we are talking about the Great North, Cairo and Cape Town, but we are linking now the Indian Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean. Thank you so much. You know, I have, let me confess, I have missed these kind of occasions for many times.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. I hope that we can get an invitation maybe from UNISA to come and do a visiting lecture. As you can see, Professor is very passionate. He has so many gems to share. He's touched on so many points. I'm looking at my other two panelists. Is there anything else you want to add that has not been mentioned by Professor Kabudi that you feel needs to be done? If I could give you a minute each, Generali, please, and then Professor Shivji. Things that have not been mentioned by Professor Kabudi. Karibu sana. We try to focus on just the ones that have not been mentioned.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Only one thing. We're coming to the end, and I cannot leave this place without making a pitch, particularly about my project, which I alluded to a little while ago, and that is the teaching of Pan-Africanism to the young Africans of today. The importance of the movement to the African people's development, survival, and progress is so important that it cannot be overemphasized. It is one of the things which unfortunately we don't teach to our children in our schools, but which is so pertinent to make Africans grow up with a certain spirit of unity, of oneness, of self-confidence, of a can-do spirit, and an ethos that propulses them into the future. We're talking about exploring the oceans, exploring space. But these cannot, and other things, they cannot be achieved unless we inculcate in our youth a spirit of self-reliance, of self-worth, self-belief, and self-belief in yourself. Know where you came from, know where you came to, what you went through, what tribulations you had to undergo to get where you are, and to know that whatever difficulties you have in face of you, you'll always triumph if you believe in yourself, and if you connect with your fellow African and other human beings, of course, you can always triumph over all those tribulations. President Mbeki will be making a trip to South Africa to come and present you with a copy. It's a very small book, but full of information. And I know that your foundation will be interested in having young people learn about how Africa got where we are. In 1975, moderator please. 1975, on the 11th of November, I was sitting in a parade in Luanda when the Cuban troops descended in Angola. We had arrived the previous night with the Lopud Nascimento receiving us at the airport. He was then Prime Minister of Angola, and I was accompanying the Prime Minister of Congo Brazzaville, Henri Lopez, and he received us with these words: "Welcome to Luanda, capital of a country without a government." And we said, "How so?" And he said, "Because at midday today, the last Portuguese governor called a conference here, said goodbye, and took his flag, took a boat to the ship in the high sea, and he has left for Lisbon." And that night, the BBC was announcing that the South African forces, South African, not these ones, huh? I'm talking about the South African forces of that time, in collaboration with UNITA and FNLA, had surrounded Luanda. And we were, with the colleagues, the comrades who were with me at the time, we were talking about the Paris Commune, 1871. We are surrounded, and now the forces that were against the Commune are going to pick us one after another, and we are finished. But when we saw those Cubans marching down the streets in Luanda, we knew this war is not over. And they went on. 3 or 4 years later, there was the historic Battle of Quito Cuanaval. And from then on, the rest, as they say, is history. In 1994, we witnessed the end of apartheid. And that is solidarity. That is Pan-African solidarity. Some people would not classify Fidel Castro as a Pan-Africanist, but he was. Fidel Castro was a Pan-Africanist, Raúl Castro was a Pan-Africanist. A lot of the government of Cuba were Pan-African. Some of them were actually Afro-Cubans, to make it even more poignant. So was Gamal Abdel Nasser. So was Ahmed Ben Bella, who were Arabs, but who supported the African cause, especially in the liberation of the African continent. So young people, please read as much as possible. Don't necessarily read my book, read other books about Pan-Africanism, and we'll be together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Professor Shivji, before you speak, will you allow me to invite everyone in the room who is under the age of 30 to stand up? If you are under, I know, I feel like standing up, but it's not the reality. Your Excellency, you may stand up out of honor. If you are under the age of 30, wanafunzi, nomba msimame, please stand up. Professor Shivji, I'm going to ask you to talk directly to the future of the continent. Your 1-minute parting shot, they represent millions of Africans on the continent, but they are fortunate to be in the room with these giants today. What is your parting word to the youth of Africa?
Let me say a few words. Maybe, please, Kaeni, asante sana. I just want to sort of start with a personal note. If what Professor Kabudi said that my school in Kilosa is being refurbished, that makes me very happy, because when I visited Kilosa in December last year, it was in a dilapidated state. And the whole of Kilosa town was destroyed. It's not the town that I knew and in which I grew up. And I think that's the state of many of our places. Second point to Generali about teaching of Pan-Africanism. I totally agree with him. When I was the chair of Pan-African Studies at the University of Dar es Salaam, we introduced a course on Pan-Africanism at the University of Dar es Salaam. Okay? Now, how far it is still there, but it's not just sufficient to have teaching. There must be debates on it. And these debates must be allowed. And these debates must be in a public forum. So you don't simply end up discussing Pan-Africanism in the classroom. You discuss Pan-Africanism in your halls, in your cafeteria, okay? In your school compounds, in your sports. That requires an atmosphere where there is no fear of discussing, of talking. Okay? So that's important. Teaching and discussions and debates should go hand in hand. Okay? So I think if our young people are to learn the rich history of Pan-Africanism, and the history of Pan-Africanism is very rich. How many of our young people know that the first African revolution was in Haiti? Okay? How many of our people know how the Haitians fought? The famous, amazing book by Sarah James, The Black Jacobins. This should be a mandatory text in our schools. You know? And there's so much written on Pan-Africanism. But neither our students, but nor our teachers, nor our faculty members are ready or actually introduce our students to it. And we keep blaming the young people. I think we should blame ourselves for our failure not to refer to it. So I agree with you, and I think on that line we should continue. And I think public forums like this help us to let some of us let off our steam, because we don't get this opportunity very often. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the beauty of asking your esteemed panelists to summarize and share their takeaways means I have nothing more to do as the moderator. So I would like you to get up on your feet and please thank our esteemed panelists today, Professor Kabudi, Generali Ulimwengu, and Professor Issa Shivji, for the incredible gems, pearls of wisdom that they have shared today. I believe the time was not enough. We could have listened to you all day. Please come to the front of the stage for a photograph. If you could come to the front of the stage. And if our photographer could grab an official photo of our speakers. Thank you for your service to our countries. Thank you to us for your service to our continent, and your contributions today will allow you to now step off the stage. Thank you so very much. Another round of applause, please. Now we do have two very brief student responses to what we have heard today. We've already established that the future of Africa, please be seated, sorry, is in the hands of our youth. And so for only 3 minutes each, my apologies that you will need to cut down your response. We have two students. First, Nkosinati Mabilane, the National SRC President of the University of South Africa. He's a leader representing the voice of students across South Africa's largest university and a fierce advocate for equity and justice in higher education. Directly after that, we will pass over the podium for another 3 minutes to Sabato Nyamsenda, PhD candidate in political science at the University of Dar es Salaam, a young scholar deeply engaged in the questions of governance, development, and Africa's place in the world. Our student respondents, welcome.
Thank you very much, Program Director, the panelists who have just spoken. Generally, I am from two schools. Number one being the University of South Africa, the largest university on the continent, which is where I am a student of law, doing my LLB. But in your last remarks, you spoke about Pan-Africanism. And I wanted to inform you that my other school, which is the Economic Freedom Fighters, is where we're learning about Pan-Africanism. So we want to allay your fears that indeed young people are learning about Pan-Africanism. Minister, you spoke about the 10 key areas of the University of South Africa. I was counting down with you as you were mentioning them, and I realized that you had omitted the last one, which is the women Bosadi theorization, which is a very key catalytic niche area in which it seeks to address the challenges of triple oppression that the women face on our continent. And I'm lucky they said you must get an invite to South Africa where you'll get to learn more about the 10 catalytic niche areas of the university. Let me begin by saluting the presence of one of the Africa's most astute intellectuals and champions of African Renaissance, the former President Thabo Mbeki. Your vision of a united and dignified and self-reliant Africa continues to inspire our generation. To the Professor and Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa, I want to thank you for your relentless commitment to academic freedom and African-centered scholarship. To our host here in the United Republic of Tanzania, the land of President Julius Nyerere, whose leadership taught us that unity is not a luxury, but a necessity, I extend my deep gratitude for this platform. And to the young minds gathered here today from high schools and universities across, I greet you not just as a fellow student, but as a vanguard of the new era. I stand before you as a voice not of one, but of many, echoing from Cape to Cairo, Mogadishu to Lagos, and across the diaspora. I speak on the behalf of a generation that refuses to be confined to hashtags, side events, and symbolic youth codes. A generation that no longer accepts being called the future because we are here and we are ready for the now. Today we mark Africa Day not as a ceremonial occasion, but as a call for consciousness. More than 60% of Africa's population is under the age of 25, me included. That is not a burden. That is a superpower, but only if we channel it with purpose. Today, I challenge every young person to start organizing in their communities, not just online, but on the ground, as we've said, as we have listened to the latter speakers, as they've said. Let us educate ourselves and let us dismantle ourselves from dependency, political and economical dependency. President Mbeki, like I have said, I address you as a member of the EFF, but also as the president of the UNISA National SRC, which is the largest university. Over this past week, the voice of the leader of the EFF echoed in the Oval Office in the United States. a moment both historic and symbolic. And this voice I'm speaking of is that of Julius Malema. President, we want to ask you as young people today, what should be the stance of the radical youth of this continent when the leaders of our continent are summoned to foreign capitals not as equals, but as spectators in the theater of humiliation? How do we as a generation, President, in pursuit of a total liberation, interpret the spectacle of the African heads of state being paraded and ridiculed in the same chambers that once legitimized slavery and colonialism and economic pillage? You, President Mbeki, have once clarified on more than once occasion that the chant "kill the Boer, kill the farmer" is not a literal incitement, but a political struggle song deeply rooted in resistance of our people. It is a chant of the landless, the dispossessed, and the economically excluded, President. It is not hatred, it is our history. It is the demand for nationalization of the banks, nationalization of the lands, and all strategic sectors, and of course the call for free education. Therefore, to the youth of Tanzania today, on Africa Day, we want to say that kill the Boer, kill the farmer, which has been ruled by courts in South Africa, is that the chant in its historical and political context does not constitute hate speech. It is a cry for justice. It is a cry for free quality education. That is why we will never retreat. We will never surrender the fight for economic freedom in our lifetime. We will never abandon the call for expropriation of land without compensation. Comrade DSG of the African National Congress, I'm happy you are here. What we saw as the delegation to the White House was a delegation of white patriarchal elites. The majority of black population of South Africa and Africa largely was clearly absent in the Oval Office. Instead, golfers and capitalists represented our land, not the workers of this country, of this continent, and not the youth and not the women. And therefore, I ask you, DSG, was that not a betrayal of the democratic promise?
1 minute.
As we conclude, we must also characterize the evolving role in which China in Africa once stood shoulder with African liberation movement is not the same today. China that commands global trade routes, infrastructure corridors, and financial systems in the area of global capitalism, we must ask with revolutionary clarity, what is the role of China in Africa? Specifically in Tanzania, Minister. What should it be? Tanzania, like many African countries and states, has welcomed massive Chinese-led infrastructure projects, roads, ports, railways, and digital corridors. These are important, but infrastructure without local empowerment is a new form of dependency. We must not build highways to nowhere. We must not construct bridges while leaving Tanzanians unemployed and poor. We must ask China directly, as you build these massive infrastructure projects, are you transferring skills? Are you developing local capacity? Are you flying in engineers, drivers, cooks, and project managers from Beijing while the youth of Tanzania look on from the margins? We do not want projects built for Africa. We want projects built with Africans by Africans.
Thank you very much.
The cement must be Tanzanians, the welders must be Tanzanians.
Thank you so much.
And furthermore, we must reject the extractive model where Africa is reduced to a warehouse where raw materials are going to be extracted and a dumping ground for finished products from China.
Thank you very much.
Lastly, President Mbeki, I've got a message to you. I want to take this opportunity to thank you, to salute you, President Mbeki. that after your term of office, you did not cling to power. You did not rewrite constitutions. You did not become a noisemaker in retirement, but you rested and invested your time in the youth. You invested your time in the next generation and in advancing African renewal.
Thank you very much.
That is the leadership that we want, President Mbeki, and that has shown that you are a true statesman. And that is diversity. Thank you very much. Amanda.
Your Excellency, as you can see, we're in good hands, strong leadership. Let's hear a very short remark from our Tanzanian student as well, Sabato Nyamsenda. Please forgive me for cutting the time a little bit. We are behind schedule. Karibu sana, 3 minutes to give your response. Let's put our hands together.
Amanda, Maibuye, Africa. Thank you for having me, President Mbeki. All protocols observed. Because of time, I'll be very, very, very brief. First, basically responding to Professor Shivji, Professor Kabegu, Professor Kabudi, as well as General Ulimwengu, who happen to be giant intellectuals, have also mentored me in different spaces. And they also happen to be top-notch lawyers in East Africa. And I happen to be a poor political scientist. So if they take me to court for misinterpreting their analysis, there will be no one to defend me. So one, let me start with the situation, like the actual situation, and basically agreeing with, I think, almost everything that they said, but just putting into context what the young people are going through in Africa. When I say young people, it means everyone below the age of 35. That also includes our young sisters and brothers, you know, whom we call children, because they have no one to speak to in this forum. So every 3 seconds, a child dies in Africa of hunger. Every 10 seconds, a child dies somewhere in Africa of preventable disease. For the 45 minutes that they were presenting here, about 900 students have died of hunger, and 270 more children have died out of preventable disease. The cure for hunger is known for everyone, it's food, but the majority of our people cannot afford it because food is a commodity and it's not a right. Likewise, our people die of preventable disease, and especially the children of Africa, because apparently healthcare is also treated as a commodity and not a right. Every year, 12 million young Africans enter the labor market each year, but the lucky, only less than 1 million who happen to be employed in the formal sector. The majority go into the informal sector. They go for self-employment. And as you know, the informal sector is criminalized in most of our cities. When they are lucky enough to create markets where they don't exist, they get forcibly evicted. When the young people, my 3 minutes are over.
30 seconds.
Okay, I get threatened by your movements. When they create markets where they don't exist, they get violently evicted, their merchandise confiscated, and some of them even jailed. That happens to the lucky ones, because the unlucky ones in the slums, if you go to Nairobi and elsewhere, I've been reading the same news in South Africa, they actually get murdered. And who murders them? It's the state, the African state that is there. I'm not speaking of individual leaders, but the African state and the class that presides over that state is at war with young people. So the African ruling classes don't even know what to do with, all this youth bulge, 80% of the African population. So rather than seeing African people, young people as a blessing, it sees young people as a curse. So it has declared war on the youth, and this war is fought at different fronts. If you look at the economic front, and I'm glad my brother has introduced that, some of the points, by embracing the economic policies of neoliberalism, the economic system that is geared towards profit for the few and not welfare for the majority, a system that allows corporations to plunder the resources of Africa and engage in illicit financial transfers and all that, then this system actually impoverishes the majority of young people. I know, for instance, President Mbeki went to... How many minutes again?
Our time is up, so just your closing sentence, please. Your message you said to His Excellency.
So when it comes to young people, that's what we are going through. Thank you so much. So I will summarize. On Pan-Africanism, I listened to Professor Kabudi, and I have two suggestions. So the first suggestion is the shift from boardroom Pan-Africanism to street Pan-Africanism. So it's good to have SADC and the AU, but they have been there for more than 50 years. They have not done anything. Okay? On the contrary, street-based Pan-Africanism, which is popular and movement-based, it defeated segregationist policies in the US in the belly of the beast. It united the African liberation movements and liberated the African continent from the most barbaric colonial powers, including but not limited to Portuguese colonialism and apartheid in South Africa. I think it's time, just this one last point. I think it's time to take Pan-Africanism back to where it belonged, to the masses. If it defeated imperialism in its strongest form, that is colonialism, then it cannot fail to defeat imperialism in its ramshackle and terminal phase, that is neoliberalism. The last point, last point, is that we are impatient as young people.
I can see.
We take issue with Agenda 2063, not because we reject long-term plans, but we think it's not radical enough, and because we cannot wait for other 50 years for radical transformation and unification for Africa. When Utanu was fighting for independence, they told my grandmother to wait. She waited for so many years until she died in 2007 without witnessing a united and prosperous Africa. After independence, they told my father to wait. He waited for so many years until he passed last year without witnessing a united and prosperous Africa. And now they are telling us to wait until 2063 when they will not even be there to be held accountable. And some of us are going to be too old. Just this one. I am saying that young people...
And that wasn't even me. Asante sana, Sabato, for your remarks. Please can we put our hands together for both of our student speakers. I don't know about you, but it reminds me that there was more I could have done in my youth. The power, the energy that these young men have. So let us put our hands together for the two student respondents, Nkosinati Mabilane and Sabato Nyamsenda. I'm sorry, time did not allow for the full speech, and maybe you'll get the honor of a private audience with His Excellency. You never know. Now, let us conclude our program. We still have a couple of agenda items that are very, very important. So at this point, Your Excellency, I would like to invite you back up to the stage as we have some gifts that need to be given out. And so we would like to welcome you to the stage with your entourage, if you could come up. And we will direct you as to what follows. If the technical team can start removing the chairs. So, Your Excellency Thabo Mbeki and representatives from the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, if you could please make your way to the center of the stage. Thank you very much. If you could come into the center. And Professor, please join us. If you would come into the center of the stage, our photographers are ready as well. Other members joining His Excellency, please. The Thabo Mbeki Foundation has some special gifts that they would like to bestow on some members of this 15th Thabo Mbeki Africa Day lecture today. And so if we are ready and the stage is clear, Your Excellency, could you take some steps forward? Photographers, just give me a signal they're in the correct position. Please continue to move forward. Continue to move forward. We're good, thank you. And the first gift, if you could hand the gift to His Excellency, is for the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Mahmoud David Kombo. If you could come up and collect your gifts from the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. Let's put our hands together, please. And he's feeling ambitious, not using the stairs. Thank you very much. If I could invite, I think we have our photo there and you can remain on the stage. If I could invite Ambassador Mpungwe to collect the gift on behalf of His Excellency Warioba, who was not with us today, but on his behalf, I believe Ambassador Mpungwe could receive that gift. Karibu sana. If not, a representative of Warioba, Mzee Warioba. Thank you. If we could please invite to the stage Professor Palamagamba Kabudi to receive a gift of thanks from the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. Karibu sana, let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen. While he is coming up, Mr. Generali Ulimwengu, please make your way to the side of the stage, ready to receive your gift as well. Thank you. Put your hands together for Mr. Generali Ulimwengu. Your gift from the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. Professor Issa Shivdi, please make your way to the stage. Thank you very much. Professor Issa Shivji is coming now to collect his gift from the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. Professor, just a moment. Professor? Professor, if you could just take a few steps back. There we go. If you could hand the second gift, we can have both of our panelists together. All right, if we could present the gift to Professor Issa Shivji now. A round of applause for his pearls of wisdom this afternoon. I would like to welcome now Nkosinati Mabilane to come up and receive his gift from the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. Please come up to the stage. Let's put our hands together. One of our youth respondents, our student respondents. Thank you very much, Professor Shivji. Sorry. Let's move in with the next gift. Thank you. And Sabato, please come and wait here. You're the next one to receive your gift. If you could make your way to the center there. The gift for Nkosinati Mabilane. Team. He will take a handshake and a photograph at this stage. Can we get the next gift, please, for Sabato Nyamsenda? He's already at the side of the stage here. Our second student respondent, please come to the front. Sabato Nyamsenda, please receive your gift from His Excellency Thabo Mbeki. Thank you very much. A round of applause for all the contributors today. I will ask Your Excellency, if I could ask you to remain on the stage, I will ask Professor and your Thabo Mbeki Foundation entourage to please step down from the stage. Your Excellency, please wait there. We have a small surprise. I would like to welcome the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Professor Kabudi to the stage to present a small token of appreciation to His Excellency Thabo Mbeki for making the journey all the way to Tanzania, for bringing the 15th Thabo Mbeki Africa Day lecture to our beautiful country. For that, we are thankful.
Both of us, we wrote this book, eh?
Your Excellency would want to give to you a book which is known as Julius Nyerere Photographic Journey, with a foreword by Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan. This is a project which I, Ambassador Mahmoud Thabit Kombo, Jafet Jafej, Kumaili Jafej, Priscilla Fernandez, and our colleagues from the University of Dar es Salaam, John Jingu, Professor Dr. Richard Sambaiga. We have produced this book on the photographic journey of Mwalimu, and would want to present it to you so that you see the many photographs, some of them unique, about Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, but through him, the history of Africa, liberation struggle, nationalist struggle, but also the development of Tanzania. It's not a biography, but a photographic journey. And we are now preparing another one. We had another one on the photographic journey of the Tanzania, but now we are preparing another one on Tanzania and the African liberation, a photographic journey. We have more than 400,000 photographs at the African Liberation Heritage Center here, just a walking distance, which falls under my ministry. And now we are preparing a book, and we have already hosted two presidents, the president of Mozambique and the president of Namibia. So now we are also preparing another exhibition. And when you enter, you see yourself. Someone painted a mural of Thabo Mbeki there at the center, yes. So you're warmly welcome. And we are translating also this in Swahili. Thank you so much. We are very much honored.
And before you leave the stage, I believe there are other gifts coming out for His Excellency. If we could bring all those gifts and for you to take your picture together with all gifts at this point. Your Excellency, there is more. Some artifacts, products, and commodities from Tanzania for you to enjoy when you get home. When you brew your next cup of coffee, think of us. As you eat your cashew nuts, think of us. A round of applause. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for receiving these gifts from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and for being with us today in Dar es Salaam.
Can you call the foundation members? Can you all come? Thabo, whoever
Thabo Mbeki Foundation
thinks or
members.
knows or believes is Thabo Mbeki Foundation, come here, please.
Members of the management team and the board.
My professor was there in South Africa. Come, professor.
That's my notes.
No problem.
I'm gonna start.
You're coming straight in. Yes.
Okay. Hold the mic for me. So this is for each one of you. We have a sports day.
Thank you very much.
I don't know how many you are, and the rest will get it later. Professor.
Yes. How are you?
Fine. How are you?
Very good. You're in Tanzania, and I don't know. No.
Thank you very much.
And
So
the others
everybody.
We'll get theirs, okay? Thank you very much. Asante.
With that, Your Excellency, we release you back to your comfortable chair and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the United Republic of Tanzania. Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. And now, to close, we have our closing remarks from the CEO of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. He leads the organization that fosters this bold thinking that we've been talking about all day, and cross-continental legacy of unity, progress, and Pan-African pride. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Max Bokwana, CEO of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, to give us a brief closing remark. Welcome.
Miranda, my suspicion is that the operative word is brief. Mr. President, I think every effort, every energy, every ounce of that energy, every cent, every minute we spent here, it was worth it. And I've learned something from Ambassador Mpungwe, that out of nothing you can create something. We struggled, we had 4 professors, 4 possible lecturers, because we couldn't choose which one. We said we're going to use all of them. And I think that exercise was a worthy exercise, because all of them gave us incredible insights that I think as we leave this room, we will be better persons. But I just wanted to say to Sabata and Kosnati, the starting place for young people is to sit in the feet of these people that were here. And I think you will be better leaders of the continent. And I think that's my advice. We have come to an end of a very inspiring and empowering week, a week of thinking, rethinking, search and research, dialogues, debates, imagining, seeking, and attempt to curate solutions for our battered continent that continues to be characterized by ruins that are both physical and spiritual. And I think many of you will agree with me that this whole week that we have been in Tanzania, it has been a festival, a truly festival of ideas, with political leaders, with owners and managers of capital, with scholars and aspirant scholars, with members of the diplomatic community, cultural and heritage workers, including those that are looking after some of our shrines, like the Garden of Memory in Morogoro. I think, Mr. President, having sat here today, it's quite clear that we will be in a position to answer the question that you have been posing during the week. What then shall we do with our independence from colonialism and apartheid? And in particular, when we're looking at a continent that is overshadowed by many violent and paralyzing conflicts, heightened levels of underdevelopment, extreme poverty and despondency, burden of disease, and heightened highest rates of infant mortality and other needless death, all of these compounded by high levels of ignorance. I think we're also glad to say when we gathered here, we're here to rejuvenate ourselves, to rekindle the spirit that says whatever happened, whatever challenges we see, Africa's glory shall be restored. And we will be in a position to rebuild a continent that is characterized by confidence, by dignity, prosperity for all, self-reliance, and at peace with itself and the rest of the world. I'm sure everyone is clear that we had a successful week and a successful day today. For that success, we wish to pay tribute to the organizing committee that has for the past few months been doing such a sterling job. This is the team at the Thabo Mbeki Foundation led by Lucanyo and Khoitsane. Our key partners at UNISA led by David Maimela. Our partners, Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation under the wise counsel of Mzibu Tiku and the ever-energetic Emily Karyuku. But more importantly, we had our sponsors here, Anglo Gold Ashanti, who went beyond just to provide material support, but they became active participants in ensuring that every step of this event has become successful. To us, William and Simon, that is a classical demonstration of what corporate citizenship means, that you cannot be in the periphery of the problems. You become part of the solution to the problems that we are having. We wish to thank the leadership of Lupin Ngaisa, guided by Ambassador Emeritus Mpungwe, who provided wide counseling throughout our being present here. We are grateful to the government of Tanzania that despite all of the challenges that you were busy with this week, receiving 2 heads of state, you still find time to look after us, provide logistical support, and also provide with us material support. You know, Minister Kombo, you have restored my faith in politicians. We took this decision in Makhalis just over a handshake that at this time we will be in Tanzania. And I think you have done everything to make sure that we are in Tanzania in a manner that we have seen. So, on behalf of our patron and all of us, we want you to help us pass our message of gratitude to Her Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, and say, we will return. Indeed, we felt at home. We wish to thank the University of Dar es Salaam for hosting us earlier this week and for agreeing to continue partnership with our strategic partner at UNISA to undertake some of the work that is coming out of this. I think you will have to help me again put together another round of applause for our panelists, Professor Kabudi, General Ulmengu, and Professor Shifty. I've been trying to find out what it is to have a lecture. And I think for me, it has become very clear that when you have been to a lecture, you must leave having learned something new. It's no use to come to a lecture and somebody read to you what is on Google. I think one of the painful things we'll have to deal with is this idea that Professor Shifty said, today we are more dependent than we were during the time of independence. And I think that's a challenge that we must confront. I enjoyed this point about generally that leaders must eat last and least. And I think if we can make a noise about that, it will change quite a lot in our continent. And the end, Professor Kabudi, you're quite correct. The crisis of our continent, it's the competition amongst minnows. This continent will survive and succeed and prosper if we substitute this competition with complementarity. And I think it was very clear to me that these messages resonate with the discussions that we've been having. I just want to thank as well our young people, Sabato and Kosinati, that were here. One of the things that is clear to me is that the future of this continent is going to vest in your shoulders. And the best thing to be able to manage this future in the way that you are imagining it, it is to learn. And I think the purpose of this session is to provide that basis for learning. the energy that you have, it inspires us that the continent's future is quite bright. And I think it's at the end of the day when Professor Shivji and Generali says they are available to provide this guidance on this idea of Pan-Africanism, I think we must accept that challenge. We also wish to thank our travel partner, Airlink, because Airlink is, in a way, try to solve the problem that Professor Kabudi was talking about, this connectivity and travel in our continent. And they've expressed to us, Mr. President, some of the difficulties they are having with the licensing conditions in many of the countries of our continent, even the landing rights in some of these places. And I think this is an organization that needs to be engaged so that the traveling in our continent is made much more efficient. We want to thank the members of the media, and in particular those that came with us, Sis Sophie from SABC, Peter from SABC Africa, Mwiseni from Power FM, that at a time when falsehoods, misinformation, and outright lies are a defining feature of our political discourse, I hope you will continue to report truthfully about our challenges, our responses to those challenges, and the actions we intend to take. To everyone in the room, we are truly privileged that you have taken time to be with us here physically and those that are virtually joining this event. I'm glad to see you, the Deputy Secretary General of the ANC, because that connection between this place, led by CCM, originally by TANU and the ANC, that's an umbilical cord that we cannot afford to break. Last but not least, we are truly privileged indeed, both as the Thabo Mbeki Foundation and our partners, to have a person like President Mbeki amongst us, who continues not only to be our inspiration, but a galaxy that shines lights on our faulty ways. With tolerance and patience, to him we wish to apologize for overworking him in this trip, but we also want to thank him for teaching us that leadership is not a trend, it's not noise making, it's patience, it's subscription to old age values and traditions, endurance that turns into an inspirational phenomenon. To you, sir, we are forever grateful. It is important that when I conclude to say that we were not here just as a passing exercise. We have to take responsibility for some of the things that we have dealt with. When Ami Mpungwe was explaining our foundation is an intersectionality between thought leadership and practical action. In as much as we generate all of these ideas, we must answer the question, what do we do with those ideas? Now that we are leaving Tanzania, we will put together a team of the University of South Africa and University of Dar es Salaam to undertake this task of research on the blue economy and assist the AU with a comprehensive position with regard to that. It's important to note that we've got 39 countries in our continent that have got a relationship with the sea. And in fact, this is almost a 55th country in terms of the economy when we talk about the sea. And my dearest friend, Minister of Trade and Industry from Malawi, whether we say it's Lake Nyasa or Lake Malawi, you will be relevant in this thing, because all of those dynamics, whether we're talking about protein, whether we're talking about omega-3, whether we talk about recreation and the waters, we will include Malawi in this, just because you are present here today. And secondly, the Thabo Mbeki Foundation will be working with the students here, and I'm glad that Generali has offered himself in this idea of Pan-African thought teaching, because we want to put together these youth-focused African Renaissance clubs. And I think we've got in Sabata and in Kosinati some of those leaders of those clubs, because we need to make sure that we've got these clubs that are preoccupied with this idea of Pan-Africanism, this anti-colonial attitude, this anti-imperialist attitude. And I think it needs to be injected amongst the young people of all our regions, including the diaspora. So we will come back for the launch of our East Africa African Renaissance Club back here in Tanzania. Thirdly, we have already agreed with Mzee that between ourselves we shall return to Morogoro at the invitation of the Regional Commissioner to develop a comprehensive documentary on the history of the relationship between South Africa and Tanzania. But more importantly, how that history inspired the idea of Pan-Africanism in the continent. And we will exploit the fact that there are tangible results that you can see when you are in Morogoro, whether we're talking about SOMAFCO, whether we're talking about ANC Holland Hospital. These are the things that we need to make sure that we continue to tell future generations about. We were very inspired, DSG, that the people at the hospital were saying to us, we cannot afford to dishonor Oliver Tambo's love for education. And I think that's a message that needs to go home, that to take seriously the issue of our heritage, to take seriously this issue of education, and we must make sure that this umbilical cord between ourselves and Tanzania, and possible with the rest of the continent, we do nothing to break it. Lastly, the foundations have agreed to engage with the business here to undertake the work of ensuring that the upcoming G20 in South Africa has more benefits for our continent and not suffer the same fate that we have suffered with G8 Africa Action Plan. And it's important, therefore, further that we need to have this conversation with the business in terms of how they center themselves within the work of the AU. So these activities, colleagues, today, we are not closing this meeting, we are not closing this Africa Day week, we are adjourning it so that we can return to continue the work that we are doing. Finally, on behalf really of our patron, President Mbeki, the chairperson of our foundation, Dr. Fraser Mlegeti, and the chair of our strategic partner, UNISA, Dr. Dan Mosia, and Vice Chancellor, Professor Lenkabule, whose name you will continuously hear about in the academic circle. We wish once again to say to each and every one of you, to thank each and every one of you for being with us today, present in this hall, and also those that are watching us from afar. I just want to say thank you very much and a happy Africa Day.
Thank you very much, Max Bokwana, CEO of Thabo Mbeki Foundation. And with that, we've drawn our event to a close. Before we leave, students, some good news for you. The Thabo Mbeki Foundation has put together a takeaway dinner package for you to carry on the way out. Please, can we allow the secondary school students to get the food first, followed by the university students? as they might be a little bit more hungry. You will find your dinner packages in the car park outside JNICC. Second announcement for other delegates in the room, VIPs and those who have registered. There is dinner tonight at 6:30, so that's in about 40 minutes' time, on the 6th floor of Johari Rotana Hotel. You must have the VIP tag or have registered for this dinner, but I hope that the networking will continue. Generali Ulimwengu, a young man, came to me with a note on the side of the stage here asking for a copy of your book. I said that he should come and find you after this event. But delegates, let us call this to a close. To all the speakers, panelists, partners, thank you for your contributions. To our audience here in Dar es Salaam, to our audience online, thank you for being with us. My name is Miranda. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you for joining 15th Thabo Mbeki Africa Day Lecture here in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. God bless Tanzania. God bless South Africa. God bless Africa. Thank you. And our entertainment will escort us out of the building. Karibuni sana, our entertainment group.
Yeah.
Kukanya kona